What's up? What's up? What's up? How's everybody doing? I hope everybody doing good on this Sunday. I got the myth, the legendary, the dimension traveler to bunk me across the head himself, Dutch Matrix.
Yeah. How's it going, guys? Morning. I'm tired.
You stayed up late, man. Doing a whole lot of things.
We're not talking about that.
All right.
I'm a married man. All right, I'm a married man.
I didn't mean that. Hang on, let me swap the music out. Hopefully Suno will behave itself and. All right, now let's see.
I need to bonk the clanker.
No. Yeah, you probably need to bonk the clanker. It's not bringing me the option to. Yesterday it did. It gave me the option to loop the songs, but it's not doing it for today. I don't know why. Let me see. Because that's what I was trying to do. I was trying to just play it and then have it loop. That way I ain't got to worry about it. But
is it on Spotify?
Oh no! Oh, it is. It is on repeat. I'm just retarded.
Because I was like, I know how I loop my Spotify stuff. I can tell you, but.
It's on Suno. That's how I'm doing it. You're still on your starting suit screen. Yeah. I'm sorry. I'm bringing it in. I'm just making sure everything's going good. All right. Do you have another Fugi model, or do you just because we can use our VTuber models if you want, or it's whatever easier for you.
I mean, I have the Yap. I don't know what I would put in there.
Yeah.
I like Fugi. I don't know what I'd put in the Fugi other than the Yap thing.
Oh, I should already have it then. I just gotta add
just
it
my
to
head.
Here. All right. Let me.
Just my big fat chud head.
You probably should have Nyannis redo it and have you get that square jaw. Let's see, where are you? I don't see you for whatever reason. Alright, I'll just re-add it and then whenever I find it, I'll just do it. Browser source, Dutch.
What's the site again? Fugi?
Fugi React. Add source. I mean, you already have it. I just gotta post it in. Boom. There we go. There he is. If you want to know who travels across dimensions to give me a good bunk when I'm being goonish, there you go.
Okay. See here.
All right, let me how's the audio for the songs coming in, chat? It's not too loud. It's not overpowering anybody, is it? I wish I can get it to reverse. It's okay. Bet. And welcome in, chat. Welcome in, Yannicka. Welcome in, Jericho. We'll try to be as quiet as possible. I know you're trying to get your seat. I said sleep. Sleep. CB, welcome in. And then Foxman, how you doing, man? And then we have, Dutch Matrix also in chat as well.
Yep.
So,
just hanging out.
Without doxing yourself, who are you?
Good morning, everybody. I'm Dutch Matrix. What do I do? I started mostly with Nyannis, obviously. Actually, I knew her before she started streaming and thought she was a dude, and then when she started streaming, I just ended up modding and helping out with her Discord, and then from that, it kind of pushed me because she said that thing where she was like, "If you want to stream, just start streaming. Like the best thing you could do is start streaming." So I went on to do the Doom Troopers for a while, playing video games. I do a lot of Helldivers over there, and I'm gonna still play Helldivers, but I'm also gonna do some boomer shooters like Doom and FPSs, and also a lot of indie boomer shooters I've been keeping up on lately. And then over on my main page, I've been doing Dutch Matrix is the main page. I've been doing Friday Night Flame Wars, and I'm kind of working on just talking about men's issues and helping men over there, mentorship, theology. Obviously, I'm Christian, and helping men, whether you're Christian or not, helping men better themselves, better their situations, hopefully at some point in some small way, bettering the world, making a little community of guys, like a boys club, because we don't really have men's only spaces anymore. So that's kind of what I've been working on.
Nice, and because we definitely need to do that. We need to bring back actual men's men, because a lot of the buffoonery that's been going around, with soy boys and all that. But even before I get started on them, just men's mental issues as a whole, because as you just said, we don't really have the space for men that to when we fall short or we fall flat, or when we just going through it, we don't have spaces for men to come together, and just, cheer each other up. We have spaces for women, we have spaces for like children, but we necessarily don't have nearly nothing, barely anything for men. So it's great that you're trying to build a space and saying like, hey, men, let's come through, let's kick it, let's hang out, and yeah. They're not being inclusive. No. Men's spaces for men only. Let's bring back the barber shop. Let's bring back the locker rooms. Like, no women allowed. Sorry, ladies, we love you, but no girls allowed.
Yeah, it's just, I mean, women have women's spaces, so there we go. Look at that. Now I got my actual thing up here. Okay.
Oh, nice.
Changing on the fly here. But the yeah, no, I mean, women have women's spaces, and then I'm gonna be real talk right now. Then women also came into men's spaces because, everything had to be equal, but then women kept their spaces, but men lost their spaces. You know what I mean? So it's like, it's gotta be, I don't have anything against women. I love women as sisters in Christ. I love my wife immensely, but it's, men need spaces. I've learned this from, my church, where we have the Bible studies and stuff like that. It's, it's separated, men and women. And I could see the value where it's like, men need to be, no homo, men need to be around men and do manly things for a certain portion of their time during the week, during the day, whatever, you know what I mean? So
yeah, no, that's true. That's true and real. Hang on, I'm just moving us over because it looks kind of awkward with you being like facing the other way. So I'm just moving my
yeah, there you go.
Yeah, I'm just moving it over that way. It looks like we're actually yapping at each other, even though I'm looking directly at the screen. Ah, damn it. I hate Streamlabs sometimes. Yeah, when you got a whole lot of crap, it likes to just go crazy and jumble everything up. Where am I? Here I go.
Soon you'll learn OBS, my friend.
Soon, but nah. I like Streamlabs too much. It's been taking care of me, so
Once you get stuck in one app, yeah, it is a little bit hard to move. I did OBS to begin with because that's what everybody else was using, and it was free. But it is, I will admit, it's a much higher learning curve than Streamlabs, from what I understand.
Exactly. When it comes to like men space and men issues, where do you think we have the most problem when it comes to men's issues? What do you think we need to start at the most and try to do like this avalanche, the snowball method, essentially start small and gradually work things up to where we can somewhat fix the current issues that's going on? Because likely when we start this issue, it won't be done with our generation. It might be done 2 generations down, but what can we do to set the foundation? As CB says, we need masculinity back. So, and I think that's really what the foundation is. But what do you think that we should do to, establish and set that foundation? That way we can build on top of that.
It's and I see Yanuka in there too. Good to see you guys. But it's going to be a long crawl, and I'm going to be real also with this and saying that because and some people might be turned off by this. I don't know but for me, my mindset, how I've been for like almost 10 years now, after I had the awakening, I guess, in my head of how everything was and what I needed to do. It's a never-ending battle, real talk. Even if we got back, let me put it this way, even if we got back to like 1950s or pre-1950s, I'm like where roles are what they're supposed to be, in my opinion, and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
it would still be a thing where because the whole reason we got to this point in the first place was that um, people got comfortable and we got spoiled, and that's what lost it. That's what started losing ground and started the bad snowball. So starting and keeping the good snowball would mean even in the good times, I would say if we're going to be parents or something like that, we have to teach our kids, both men and women, boys, girls, whatever, that it's like, no, you got to keep doing what we're doing if you want to keep things the way it is right now. You know what I mean? You can't slip, you can't be comfortable. As far as starting it though, I mean, that's what I'm trying to do. That's what I think. I have a few other colleagues who I'd love to have on my show at some point. Effective Purpose is a good one. Lungs of Faith is a good one.
Nice.
Redeemed Red Pill is a good one. But it's just people making communities for men, for traditional stuff, who aren't afraid to get the backlash of saying, you know, no, how society is currently run is wrong. We need to start walking towards what is traditional and, of course, in my opinion, faithful to what God designed people to be, to do. If we start making this communities, it's not going to be, it will be on a greater scale on the internet. If we're doing it that way, it will be on a greater scale like that, but on a smaller scale, you have to have your community and be in IRL community with other guys. So we need to, that's what I would say, the first part of starting the ball rolling is getting a group of people together in real life, your friends, your family, or making new friends and stuff like that, and starting to talk about this kind of stuff, finding like-minded people, and then from there you start figuring out ways to put it in the greater social zeitgeist. And that's, I mean, it's years and years of work, but that's where we're starting out right now.
Yeah, which it's not going to be an easy one, you know, because it's, in a sense, we're planting a tree which say we would never see. So it's going to be a long process, and it's really going to start with us and installing it into our children, like you said earlier, like, hey, this is how you're going to do things. Because essentially we have gotten too comfortable. We have got comfortable with the idea of let the government do everything, you know, let daddy government take care of you. There's no need for you to be responsible. There's no need for you to be accountable. We will do that for you. We will do the work for you. And now we're in a situation to where, you know, men are essentially giving up, women are turning into men, and now we are slowly going to this, well, not even slowly, because right now we're at a landslide. I say we're not necessarily at the fast pace, but we're heading down a road to where, you know, you will own nothing and be told that you're going to be happy economy, to where what is life, but you are going to spend your life being a cog in a machine trying to get that life, or you're going to be somebody who has it. So it's going to be kind of like, in a sense, like how China is. It's going to be the established versus the plebs. It's going to be the have versus the have-nots. And how can we keep that essentially American dream alive and active, to where we can get men and women to once again reunite, have families, and work together to keep essentially the human species going? Because at the way it's going now, eventually we're going to cease to exist. We are going to be the ones that's you know, what's it called, where you know, animals that is there's only a short handful of them, endangered species, in a sense. I believe that's going to be us one day, if we continue down this trend of feminism. And how can we not turn into the radical red pills, you know what I'm saying, like the Fresh and Fits of the world, or the Andrew Tates. Even though they do speak, you know, they do have great points, they're essentially radical in, you know, teaching men to, you know, go astray, you know what I'm saying, or you know what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, it's two sides of the same coin a lot of the time, unfortunately. And obviously, again, for me, it's always going to come back to my faith. I think the third option, it's not like, you know, the meme with like the two roads, which road are you going to pick kind of thing. I think it's more, there's three roads, which is like, you've got the radical feminist, leftist, whatever. You've got the radical, I guess, what you'd call right, red pill type of people. Both of those are like the dark castle, honestly, and then the middle road is Christ. So because I think he gives the radical third option, which is I was thinking about it last night, and I was because I would really like to get back to making music as well as in like not sono, but like singing and playing bass. I need to learn how to play bass, but singing and playing bass and making music. But I was thinking about it, and I was like, if I was on stage and I was talking about Christ, it's like you get a lot of people in the music scene who are obviously left, and I'm going to be like, I would say a lot of people are going to be like, a lot of people think I'm right-leaning because I say this, and a lot of people think I'm left-leaning because I say this, but it's like Christ isn't left right-leaning. He is the truth, and it's not even somewhere in the middle. It's something completely different. So that's why I'm saying, like, especially with someone like Redeemed Red Pill, that's where we're looking at that from a lens. Obviously, I would argue a lot of Christian stuff seems to fall on the side of more right-wing politics right now, but it is not right-wing politics because there's plenty of stuff that I would say as a Christian we have to disagree with, whether we like it or not, on both sides. Anyways, but I do get what you're saying. So yeah, I would say I don't think we're gonna go extinct or become a how would you say it, a endangered species necessarily, because the elites are always gonna need little people to do stuff, even when things are fully automated and stuff like that. Even if Elon got us to Mars or whatever, they're still going to need, like you said, plebs to do stuff. So I don't think we'll go extinct, but the people who are like you and I, who are maybe even smarter than us, because I admit I'm kind of retarded. The people who are smarter than us but are not like the elites, those people they'll try to phase those people out, is what it will be. They'll still have like the lower caste, so to speak, as you would say, which I don't want anybody to be in. I'm not saying I agree with that, but they will still have that because they need it. So it's not like humans will go extinct. It'll just be a thing of like you said, the have and have nots, and it'll probably be even bigger than it was back in the day of like kings and rulers and all that stuff. It'll be a even bigger gap where it's just people living in like the slums of a dystopian cyberpunk city, and then the elites up at the top with clean air and all the good stuff, real meat, all that kind of stuff, you know what I mean?
You said that, we getting that clone meat and all that stuff. And know what I mean in the sense of what's happening in China right now, because like you just mentioned, they're always going to need people to work and be that cog essentially. But what's going on in China, and it's slowly happening here, because what we call is quiet quitting. What's going on in China, they're saying just lay down and let it rot. Like, we have essentially a lot of men that are not leaving their parents' or grandparents' house. They're just saying, because they see the economy, they see there's really nothing out there. There's no houses that are affordable. There's no apartments that are affordable. There's no vehicles that are affordable. Why am I going to sit here and work my ass off to essentially have nothing? And then the women, we thought American women were bad. I heard Chinese women are worse. And not only when we have marriages, they have like the wife diary or something like that, where you have to give them a certain amount of money before they even become wives, essentially. And how we hear the typical, a man must be making six figures, the typical 666, six figures, 6 feet, 6-pack. You have Chinese women also saying something similar to that. So we have the women don't want you unless you're some, one of the elites. Good luck getting an apartment. Good luck getting a house. What am I doing? So a lot of them are saying, you know what? F it. Let the system rot. Let it all collapse. I'm just going to, stay at my parents' house and play PlayStation, Xbox, or PC. Like, that's what's going on, pretty much. You eat the bugs and be happy. Exactly. So how can we reestablish a system and bring back men and not fall into, because essentially what I see down the road is essentially two things. The Hunger Games, where it's a have and have nots, and where people are going to be trying to compete for these elites entertainment to get a seat amongst the table, or pretty much human society collapsed because people are going to say, you know what, I quit. I'm not gonna do this. I'm not gonna. Oh no, it's YOLO. I think what is it called? It's basically where Gen Alpha is also saying, look, run up your credit card, keep the bank account, go live your life because there's no future. So you might as well just live life now and enjoy now while you can versus when you get old. So those are the two roads that I see going down unless we fix this issue, unless we give men, both men and women, but more so men, because at the end of the day, men are the workhorses. Men are the ones that build and build, protect society, and women are the ones that nurture society. So how can we pretty much fix it to where we can give men, I guess the belief? How can we establish that dream of if you put your face to the grindstone, if you put in that work, there will be rewards for you at the end of the road. It just takes you to do the work. You know what I'm trying to say?
Yeah, and that's a difficult answer because I've had this with some personal friends. I hope he doesn't mind me saying this, but Kai definitely has a mentality of let it burn kind of thing, and I want to be clear, I don't blame him. I can understand why he thinks that.
Yeah.
But the doomer mentality, or even as he calls it, a gray pilled mentality, where he sees that there's a possibility it could change, but it's very unlikely. I don't want to misrepresent him. It's like, I don't think it's correct. I think that there is still time to get out of it. And even if we did get to the point of that, again, like I always like to tell people, because people are like, oh no, the future would be cool, like the cyberpunk stuff would be cool, you'd have basic income and all that stuff. I'm like, bro, no, you're gonna be one of these people that's living in a pod and eating the bug like squirt bottle or whatever of bug meal. No, you're not gonna get any of the cool stuff. You're not gonna be V from Cyberpunk Edge Runners. You're not gonna go out in a blaze of glory and have Keanu Reeves living in your head, and you know what I mean. Like, you're not gonna be that. You're not that guy, pal. You're not that guy.
Exactly.
It's realistically, it's gonna be way more of like, again, what and more people say on the internet too, where it's like you're gonna get the cyberpunk reality where you get all the bad stuff and none of the cool stuff. All right. So I think we can avoid that, and even if we got to that, the way out of it is, one, again, turning towards Christ. But I don't even mean that in like, because I think a lot of people think I mean that in like going to church, or like the traditional, like, I guess, boomer mentality of going to church on Sunday and then you're good or whatever. I mean, like, no, I'm saying, like, even in the church, I would say the church has been infiltrated by feminism. And again, I will throw back to the guys I mentioned, Redeemed Red Pill, Effective Purpose, and Lungs of Faith, because they've been saying all this and they've documented, like, they've even gone back and shown the history of it. It's like that there was a purposeful infiltration of the church to change, to make it more feminist and take men out of their role as leaders. So so it needs a complete flip, and it's the only way we're going to change it if we're going to do what I consider the slow way that's, I would say, better than the two extremes as we've talked about. You know what I mean? The slow way would be that we slowly start to get our own people, good people who actually care about middle class and lower middle class people, and get them in the positions of power, even if they don't want to be. Because the best politicians are people who don't want to be politicians. One of those guys being someone like in your state, Brandon Herrera, the AK guy. He won his political seat, and that is a great thing, because he never wanted to be a politician, but he saw how bad the politicians were doing in his area, and he's like, as a good man, I have a responsibility to come in and try and be a better force than what these career politicians are doing. So I think that's our way forward, is getting into positions of power, but also being humble enough to not let it go to our heads, and still doing the righteous work, which is, again, the last thing I'll say on the subject is that's the same thing as I'm trying to do in my in the Doom Troopers / Chad Factory Dutch Matrix thing. That's what I'm trying to do. I understand that at the end of the day, don't get me wrong, I would love to make money. I want to make money off content. I'd love to be a full-time content creator, but at the end of the day, my goal is to help make better men, help men get through what we're going through right now, and help society as a whole to go to a return, which means that unfortunately, when people self-improve, they eventually get to a point where they're self-sufficient, and you go, okay, well, now you just have the community to hang out with, but there's not really much more we can teach you aside from you going off and doing what you know is right to do, and then I stop making money. So it's not about money, it's about helping these guys out. And at the end of the day, unfortunately, the path I've chosen to take is from a monetary perspective, is a self-killing, unfortunately.
No, I mean, that's the thing, because that's how, like most therapists and all that stuff, your job is to essentially lose your customer. So that's quite the daunting task, but this is essentially to help improve men and help improve life as a society. Because I'm getting some good chatters in here, saying some good stuff. It's like the government incentivizes women to get married and staying married, have tax credits, having lots of kids. And if women are at home, men more have power to negotiate better. Yeah, because you're only working with half of a population. You can't men can negotiate better, because that was what happening back in the days. Men were negotiating for better salaries, and then we had pensions and stuff. We do have universities that's brainwashing people as well. I think Steel Bear said it earlier. Women need to remember how being feminine again. Men need to encourage to be gentlemen again. Yes, and feminism is different between it's feminism and feminine is quite two different things. And for what you were saying earlier with I think the best way to go about that is local elections, like you said with Brandon Herrera. People who don't want to be in there, and then also establish an exit strategy too, because we got to make sure we don't keep the forever politician in office, because now they making $1 million salaries and stuff. And I think somebody told me, I think it was cousin Vinny or somebody told me the other day, it takes 6 years of being in the government to get a pension of $1 million. Only 6 years. So yeah, I don't think it should be that much, or it depends on what are you doing to help better America as a whole. If you're doing your job, if you're if we see nothing but growth within your district, your state, and all that, in America as a whole, then yeah, I don't mind tossing the government tossing you $6 million, because you making America better. But in this current system, we got nothing but forever politicians that don't want to do nothing, or make our lives worse, make our lives worse. Either they're just trying to take control over us, or the economy is crap, and they're forever politicians that's lining their pockets up. What was her name? The one that posted what's her name? The one that was we all know she was inside trading. Okay,
Nancy Pelosi.
Can't say Nancy Pelosi. I can't say no. Allegedly, Nancy Pelosi was insider trading, because it's funny how when you followed her, what she did, you made money. Like she made money. How can we establish a system to where? Because I believe in a small government. How can we have the government as small as possible, but still functioning to where they can represent us outside when it comes to like foreign affairs, dealing with China and all the other countries. But they're so small that we the people, because originally we the people are the government, we just elect y'all to represent us, And then, so how can we swap this system to where we the people are back in control, and these people that we elect know their place, and no, you are just our mouthpiece. You're just speaking for us. We are in control of this.
I think that depends on your ideology on politics. Because me personally, I think even the founding fathers never intended it to be how we have it today, which is that everybody gets one vote as long as you're a citizen, and sometimes even if you're not, and sometimes even if you're not even alive, allegedly for legal reasons. This is a joke. But I mean, if we look at it actually and intentionally, and I'm not agreeing with everything that the founding fathers were about, obviously. You're obviously my friend, so I want to make it clear that I'm not saying like black people shouldn't be able to vote, because obviously at the time, the founding fathers, it was the people who could vote were white, obviously, and they were men and they were landowners. So you had to be a landowner. Now, I'm not saying black people shouldn't vote. I'm not saying any race shouldn't vote, but to me, again, I do agree with you should have a family, and you should have a you should have some
skin in the game,
stake in the country. So even if it's not a family thing, because I know that's not necessarily viable for every man, especially right now, I would say that it has to be a thing where you have to have some skin in the game, and maybe if you don't have a family, it's like a half vote. But and I'm going to be real here, this is going to be controversial to maybe some people. I don't know about in your chat. Your chat seems pretty based, but personally, I would say only men should vote. So,
repeal the 19th.
I'll be real with you. I'll be real with you. And
I don't know. Even some, we probably have to. We might have to source through the men too, because we got them soul boys out there that think that siding with women will get them to poom poom, and it's like, brother, that can be furthest from the truth, because the same men that women are complaining about are the same ones that they're constantly jumping in bed with. But we got those soy boys that never, quite figure that out. So I think it should be only men, and it should be men that's actually, putting in that work, in a sense. I think maybe construction or, buying property. I don't know, but these are a lot, because we got a lot of soy boys that's working at Starbucks that wants to manipulate the system too, thinking that it's gonna, get them in favor of women. So I want to limit it, like if you actually have skin in the game, if you're actually, I wouldn't limit it to property. Maybe if you have some type of apartment or something like that, because good luck getting a house now. If you have an apartment or a house,
maybe just a standard. It's like you got to be like, because you got to, let's put it this way. And I don't think we're going to figure this out right now. Obviously, it's a much more complicated issue than that. I can tell you the things that I would be like, no, you can't vote if you're like this. But telling you things that you'd have to vote is a little bit more difficult. But I would say you need to have a job, like a real job, like a 9-to-5 at least. I'm not going to say the amount of money you have to be making, but you have to have a 9-to-5. You probably have to be out of your parents' house. You as a man, you have to be a man, and you have to be a man who is supporting himself and out of his parents' house, who is an adult. You know what I mean? So that would maybe be who's not living off of government subsidies, all that kind of stuff.
Oh,
that would maybe be at least some of the things where I'd say that these are some standards that we have to have. But either way, it's like to keep people out of these positions is very difficult, because any position of power will attract people who have the worst intentions. And honestly, positions of power generally push people away. Positions of power in politics, at least, maybe not in business or other things, but positions of power in politics generally push away good people, because good people are like, man, I don't want to have to deal with kissing ass to a bunch of people. I don't want to have to act like I'm lying, or I don't want to say something that I want to do and then not be able to do it because of regulation from other people. So it's really difficult, but it's something where it's like, at some point, righteous men are going to have to bite the bullet and try to get into these positions and take them back, and then just be like, sorry, dude, that's the burden that's placed upon you. And that's something, again, from Christianity that we see that is a responsibility, a duty of men. It's to protect and provide, and that's first to your family, obviously, but then to the country as a whole. It's like, it sucks, it's not fun, I don't want to be a politician, but if I saw the place where I could, which is really hard in California, it would be very difficult for me to win anywhere in California. But if I saw the opportunity, I would consider taking it, just because there's not going to be any other way to change things unless someone like me, who doesn't want to be there, who's willing to take on attacks from the establishment, both left and right, because they're both corrupt, who's willing to take on those attacks and everything like that. That's the only way we're going to change it, is if we start getting a bunch of people in like that, because then you start to flip the table, as you would say, because then those people get together and go, okay, we're all cool guys, we're all righteous as much as we possibly can as sinful people, and we want better for everybody in the country. How do we start pushing all these other corrupt people out and getting new righteous people into these positions, without, well, keeping ourselves, again, humble and focused on the right things and not getting corrupted by the money and all that, and power and all that kind of stuff. So
no, you're right, and then we got some great ones in chat too. Spydr-Bro, I wouldn't say only men, but property owners, you both know I'm not the typical woman. Yes, Mama Bear, we know. I research and candidate, and I've attended more town halls than I can count. And yeah, that's fair. Then we are over here also in Europe, Germany, and they're closing a fused daycare kindergarten act to bundle them. Instead of one in your small town, you have to drive 2 towns over, Jesus Christ, to the same. Is with hospitals, instead of 15 minutes.
Forgive him, Lord.
You sometimes drive an hour to one. Jesus, if you're in a medical emergency, oh my God, an hour.
Lord, forgive him.
Ooh, like, good luck if you're giving birth. Oh God, oh man, no. Also,
that is a long trip, though.
The budget restriction, some parts are cut and out to bundle them in one place, and then namikaze net taxpayer or partake in civil services and can't be on welfare. Yes, people on welfare shouldn't be allowed to vote. Also increase the voting age. Yes, because they're trying to decrease it because they want to capture teenagers that don't know shit about what.
I kind of agree with that. My vote at 18 was horrible. I was stupid at even up until 25. I was really dumb with my votes. So
look, I was just about to say 25, but I probably should make it to like 30, because you need to experience some part of life. Like we were saying, grinding, getting that work, buying property or renting an apartment, dealing with your car and stuff like that. You need to be an active member of society, and you need to know what it's like, because we're all liberals, or we're all liberals living under our parents' house. And then it's always funny when we go out there and get it on our own how conservative we get, especially if we're having children. Once I can't tell you how many people mind switch as soon as they got their own family, they got their own house, and then the kid popped out like, hey, yo, hold up, wait a minute.
Yep. Look at Chew on Head, right? I know you watched her last thing recently. Look at Chew. She still considers herself left, but she's definitely more center than she used to be. And that's because she had a kid and she has a husband, and I'm assuming they have a house somewhere. So
yeah. And even with that, because we all know likely Shu is the breadwinner of their relationship, she still lets her husband take charge. She still let her husband lead the house. And that's another thing that's wrong with our current set of women now. If they make most of the money, good. Especially, I'm sorry, black women. I look, black women. I gotta read the mail. Y'all be tripping when y'all make $1 more than your man. I'm just saying. Look, a man can be making $100,000. A black woman can be making $101,000, and that black woman will hold that $1 over that man's head. I'm just saying. And Tara, what's up on X?
Women. That's a lot of women, and I gotta answer to Spydr-Bro and Spydr-Bro. For Spydr-Bro, because it's quicker, is living in a 3-family house with parents. Okay, so that one, again, I would say this is why it's a more complicated issue than just setting out those hard to find rules, because everybody's in a different situation. Me personally, I think that having a multi-generational household isn't an issue. So it depends. Like in that situation, if you're earning your own money and you're bringing it into if you're helping pay for the household, like let's say maybe it would have to be like on paper that your parents are having you pay rent, right? Or something like that. Like that's what I mean. Just that you're a productive member of society. Cause I don't have an issue with people living with their family. And in fact, that's how every other person from any other place on earth basically gets ahead in life, especially in America, is because we're so independent and willing to leave our parents' households and stuff like that, as opposed to staying close with the family and building wealth in a small area. So I would say, yeah, that's a weird, maybe not. It'd have to be. It's a specific situation. And for Steel Bear, I will be, and I know saying this, I'm gonna get heat. But again, like Spydr said, it's the allowing your man to lead. Men are, if we're looking from a Christian perspective, which is what I'm always going to look at, because again, the United States was based on Christianity. It was a Christian country up until about the 60s. If we're looking at that, sorry to say, and this isn't to downplay women. In fact, women have a different role that they are much better in, that I would praise them on, that I would lift them up in that role. But as far as leading in the country, in churches, in anything like that, the Bible is clear that men are in the leadership role. And that's why I say, even for voting, especially, it's like, you could say not all women, but there's enough women out there where it makes up a large majority enough to knock out enough of men's vote, where women vote emotionally, where we have emotional judges and all those kind of people that are women. And it's like, it's enough women doing it where it's like, sorry, we have to just go back to how the Bible says it is, and it's the men lead everything. And I'm not saying men aren't corrupt. I'm just saying that there's enough, there's a bigger majority of men who are that would be, if trained correctly, standing on their shit, so to speak, and not being swayed emotionally. Like they would look at the politicians and be like, nah, I'm gonna vote for what is the logical thing, not the emotional thing, you know?
Yeah.
So for me, sorry, Steel Bear, I gotta disagree. I gotta say it's men only.
But
I respect you. We can agree to disagree. I respect you. We could agree to disagree. But for me, it's men only.
And that's fair.
Not all men. Like not all men. Being fair. Not all men though.
Yeah, because I say, look, we got them soy boys in there.
Not all men.
We got them soy boys in there too that will vote emotionally, and like I said, they'll vote thinking, oh, this vote, if I vote for this, I will get the poom poom, and it's like, buddy,
Sybie.
Oh, what's up? So I'm sorry, Dutch Scales. Can you hear the stream since she called you awake?
Well, she's also an animal. She's also a digital animal, so she already didn't have it. If Steel Bear's not gonna get it, a digital dragon is not gonna get it. She can come fight me, all right? I'll bring out the Bonkinator.
All right, you're gonna be fighting Steel Bear, who has the yarn cannon. You got Chair Summer that's coming in with the steel chair.
Lord help me.
And then now you got Scales. Oh Lord.
Hey man, I told you that's what I stepped into when I felt God calling me to do this men's help mentorship thing. I was like, bro, I'm gonna get it from all sides. It's just like if you saw it on freaking Twitter when I made my stupid Halo comment and I got freaking dogpiled. But you just gotta own the L's or take the haters on that you accept with the job, man. It comes with I just work here. All right.
No, that's all good. You're gonna have to hold your L every now and then, because we're human.
Sure
we're gonna make mistakes. We're gonna say dumb stuff. We're gonna say something, then backtrack on it later or change our mind on it. Look. Here's the thing. I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm kind of retarded.
Yep.
So it's
hold your L's, hold your haters. They're always gonna be there, no matter what. Even if you're being freaking the most vanilla guy ever, freaking Moist Critical, man. Like That guy has the most vanilla takes ever, and that dude still gets a bunch of hate from people. So it's, you know, it just comes with the territory. You're gonna if you're gonna give your opinion online, people are gonna not like it. So that's how it is.
Well, that, and then he used to be somewhat like Asmongold in the sense of he would give like a good take or a take that some people not going to agree, but then he start to slowly transition to that safe bet. Hang on, I'm gonna let you take a look. I think Snow's she's hang on, I think her water is out.
Yeah,
she's
I got you.
Right,
We're tag me in. All right. Yeah, I
Tag
hear
you
what you're
in.
saying. He switched from being a more talking about more like a little bit more radically, like, or a little bit less popular opinions, and then he switched to just being vanilla because it makes him the most money, obviously. I wasn't a super. Let's see what the chat is saying. Let's see here. I'm in Kick, by the way. Kick is the best right now to me. I don't like Kick because of the gambling, but I will say Kick, as far as a site, is probably my favorite streaming site. I can't wait to get back to it. Let's see what we got here. She was raised by more conservative parents. Yeah, so was I, and I was admittedly left-leaning when I was younger. So you could see again the transformation as you grow older. If you're a functional member of society, if you're trying to be a functional member of society, and not just being, again, one of these blue-haired, and I'm not just talking about women again, but one of these blue-haired nose ring type people who are professional activists. If you're not trying to be one of those people and you're trying to be an actual active member of society, you do tend to swing more conservative the older you get and the more you get into life as an adult, with marriage and a house and all that kind of stuff. So Roman Catholic, but really this Spydr-Bro. I was raised Roman Catholic, but really just became non-religious over time. I was baptized too. Spydr-Bro, I pray that you come back to Christ. But I understand if you're saying you're non-religious, but you still believe in Christ. A lot of people did that. I did. The reason I went back to church is because the Bible says, if you guys are saying anything else, by the way, in other chats, sorry, I can't see it. I'm only on Kick. But the
No, I'm back in.
Okay. I'll finish with talking to Spydr-Bro about religious stuff. If you believe in Christ, but you're not religious, you don't go to church. I understand that. I was that way for a long time, because the church has imperfect people, and so it is imperfect, right? But I will say the reason I did go back to church, even though my church is even imperfect, is because the Bible says it is a good thing to be in communion with other believers. So whether you do that in and it does say we should corporately worship, but whether you do that with a big group of people, like my church is in the hundreds and we have multiple campuses, or if you do it in a small group where you're at like somebody's house and you just do, like, you sing a couple songs and then you do some Bible study and stuff like that, I would say my current opinion is that's fine. And if anything, honestly, the original church was just hanging out in people's houses, preaching the good word and praising God. So that's, if you want to go back to how the original church was, I mean, that's how it was. So I would encourage you to maybe look into that, Spydr-Bro.
Yeah, that's the same as me with Spydr-Bro. Growing up, I seen like the bad sides of church. I seen people use the Bible to manipulate others, more so get money off people. Of course, it's who's sleeping with who. Church essentially became a fashion show. It's not like, okay, because the Bible says to come as you are, you know what I'm saying? It doesn't matter if you have rags or if you have the most fancy suit. Come, get the service, get the word, and go back out and enjoy life. But it became a fashion show. If you just show up in like regular t-shirt and jeans, how dare you walk into the Lord's house, disrespecting them? It's like, what the hell? When it came to like donations and stuff like that, or what's it called, where not donations, the when you give 10%, they ask you for that three times. The tithes and offering. There you go. They ask them for that 3 times, and then after church, okay, we have somebody's getting married, this happening, that happening, this happening, that happening, and they look at you crazy, and it's like, brother, don't get me wrong, I don't mind helping out, but did God say 10%? Like, what's going on with that? And then, by the way, nothing changed at the church, but Oh, hang on. The pastor went from a Ford Fusion to now a AMG Mercedes, huh? Huh? You know, it's stuff like that has been happening. It's too much corruption that I've seen, and then the biggest one for me was I used to work the soundboard for one church, and with my friend, and if we both do the soundboard at church, we get $5 each because they paid us a total of $10. So,
Yeah.
and what we'll do, we'll go to the grocery store because at the corner store, because back then you can eat good off of $5. I go get a burger basket with fries and a soda. And my
Yeah.
homie, I used to call him Link Basket because he always get the Link Basket, and it was funny. His name was Lincoln, so I just put two and two together. And one day, if one of us shows up, we would get the $10 if one show up. So one day, I was the only one that showed up. I did the soundboard. I go to this woman, and it was I'm like, hey ma'am, I did the soundboard. Where'd I get paid? And she was like, oh, okay. And she gave me $5, and I'm like, oh, I'm sorry, ma'am. It's usually $10. I was the only one here. And she was like, no, that was never the thing. You only get $5. And I'm like, no, ma'am. It's usually $10 if one of us shows up. So of course, wasn't getting nowhere with her. I went and found a pastor. And hey, pastor, I did the soundboard. I said, she gave me the 5. Can I get the other 5? And he was gonna give me to me, just okay, here you go. And she saw that. She pulled the pastor aside, told him, that only give me $5. And he was like, oh, hey, sorry, son, we're only giving you $5. I'm like, oh, so y'all gonna cheat a kid out of $5 freaking dollars? Okay, and that stuck with me, and that was one of the biggest reasons why I was like, okay, so if you want to be, Christian and God fearing, but willing to rip off a kid, really?
Yeah.
So that's what really has stuck with me, and it was like, oh, okay, bet, yeah.
Yeah. And that's, I mean, I hear that, and that's, again, it's like people have to realize to not, and this is coming from, just for a little bit of backstory, this is coming from someone who was raised Christian, who I didn't go to church all the time when I was younger, but when I got into college, I kind of dipped out of Christianity, and then when I got with a big ex who was very against it, I was in the same boat. And then when I got my heart broken, I was even more in that same boat. For a minute, I went pagan, kind of like Pixel, to be honest, because I couldn't say that I couldn't be like, there is no God, but I also couldn't be like, at the time I was really hurt and couldn't be like, the Christian God is my God, because of how much I had been through in life, where I was like, why would he make me go through this kind of thing? You know what I mean? Which I think a lot of people ask. And same with the church. I was like, I had church hurt because I saw the church being corrupt. I saw the church not even attacking me, but just looking at the church, because I was the type of person who sat in the back of the church and didn't even really listen to the sermon. I was just watching how things were done, right? I was kind of people watching. Yeah. So I can understand that. But the way I would encourage people is to don't judge Christ on the actions of his followers, because even his closest followers, the disciples, fucked up often. Yeah. And he called them on it. You look at Christ first, and then people as imperfect humans, sinful humans second. And unfortunately that's always going to be an issue. So as far as being in the church and your story, yeah, that sucks. That's not, they should have given you the $10 for sure. But and them asking for money and stuff like that, I think it's at that point that, again, we circle back to masculinity. Mm-hmm. And in the church, when you see that kind of stuff, the Bible is clear how you handle it. And I think this is part of it too, is a lot of people don't actually read the Bible and then take the time to discern what it's actually saying, or get righteous people showing them what it says and what it means, which is why even though I'm Protestant, I've looked towards the Orthodox Church recently, because they have the they seem to have the standards of holding things as they were thousands of years ago with Christianity. So yeah, that's why it's interested me. If you see that your church is not upholding those rules, the Bible is clear how you handle them. If you've been slighted, you go to the person directly and talk to them about it. If it still doesn't get fixed, you bring other people as witnesses, other church people as witnesses to, again, confront them about it. And then the last step is going to the elders and talking about it with multiple people. If it doesn't get handled after the third time, then it's like, okay, it's time to either look for a new church or reconsider what's going on here. But at that point too, when you're going to go look for a new church, you have to consider also, again, that churches, that everything in our society, including churches, unfortunately, not all of them, but a lot of them have been infiltrated by feminism. And that sounds like, again, a classic case, what you went through, a classic case of an infiltrated church where the woman was like, where the pastor sounds like he was pussy whipped, for lack of a better word. And basically, like, if a woman's gonna come up to, he doesn't want any trouble with the woman, because most men will take it on the chin if they have to hardship it out, but women will make a stink about it. So and if women make a stink about it, they'll also get their husbands involved and it becomes a big thing. Whereas with men, we like to just take it on the chin and be like, you know what, fine, it's okay, I'll tough it out, until we get to a point where the snowball has rolled downhill too much and then we're about to explode. As opposed to women who will squawk about it immediately when it's the first thing. And in that way, I will say men should be a little bit more like women, where we're like, when we see something happen at the beginning, we nip it in the butt immediately. You know what I mean? So in that way, I would say you were just in an infiltrated church, and there's much better churches who are much more respecting of their word and of masculinity, and that's what we need to get back to. But I understand it's a hard one, and it's not everywhere. So it's not in every area. You might have to travel, or you might have to go online, or like I was saying to Cybe, finding a based group of Christian guys who are, if you are Christian, a based group of Christian guys to meet with, even if it's only like 5-10 people, meet with, discuss the Bible, discuss current issues in the scope of the Bible, be able to share your hardships with them. That is church, man. Don't let people tell you you have to go to a building with a stage and stuff like that. You can do it in your house once a week. Praise God, talk about these kind of things, and let him bless you that way, because that's how the original church was. And I'm not denying the power and usefulness of, you know, a big stage or a cathedral if you're Catholic, and a corporate thought out sermon. But I'm saying that's not necessarily, we find ourselves more in the times of what the original church was, where it might be necessary until we can get things back on track to be in these smaller groups with men discussing these things. And women on the other side too. Women having their small groups, your wives, girlfriends, whatever, in a small group the same way. So
No, that's actually a good idea. You know, don't have to go to these fancy, or it doesn't have to be a building. It's just because I can't really tell you because I don't read the Bible, but as how you explain this, mainly the relationship you have with God and Jesus Christ versus, you know, the ceremony and all that, because that's what God says. Just give me 10% of your time, and you know, it is what it is. But for some chat members, Kyra, I didn't grow up in Christian, but I had friends who were good people, and I had some shady neighbors who were those exact people who were control freaks. And then Ben, I used to be a regular churchgoer and an altar server, but the hubris and hypocrisy I witnessed, especially from fellow church members, really got to me. It was that attitude of I screwed up, I drink like a fish, but a quick prayer fixes everything, then racing to the confessional as if it were a competition to list all one's sin and hit the reset button. It's like a Monopoly, gets out of jail free card, negotiating a solution in the absorption in the confessional, only to go right back to doing the same thing. Yeah, I had a coworker like that, and he was like, bro, I can sin, I can do whatever, because at the end of the day, as long as I apologize, my Lord will forgive me. I'm like, bro, that's not how it works. That's not how it works, bro. The thing about repenting is, yes, acknowledging that you did sin, you did fuck up, and repenting means don't do it again. You don't get to, oh Lord, I'm sorry for lusting after the prostitute. Just the next night go right back to the prostitute. That's not how it works. You're not really sorry. And Thailandish, it seems that to be the common trend I'm noticing amongst Christian churches at the moment. It's been castrated to where they have no sense of masculinity. And then now that I handle my own way and view Forest as my church, where I can go speak with God in my own way. Yeah, that's pretty much that's church is your relationship with God. Am I kind of right with that, the Dutch? In a sense of, taking your time out.
It's both. It's okay. Both, and that's what I was trying to explain, is that it's like, if you read the Bible, there is explicit like you should understand that this is the important thing. Even for someone like Thailand, even for someone like Pixel, even for someone like let's say, so, I don't know. I don't watch VTubers, so I don't know who's a like more ethoughty, fansly person, whatever. But I'm trying to include every kind of sin in this. You understand what I mean, I hope, Chad. Yeah. I'm not trying to just point out specific people. And I'm not even just saying, because I pointed out Thailand and Pixel because the gay thing, and they're also not Christian. But it's all sexual sin. It's all any kind of sin. Even for me, technically, the Bible is like, if I rage at someone, if I hate someone, I've murdered them in my mind. That is a sin. So to that being said, I'm saying everybody, and I'm including what you were talking about with the people running to confessional and stuff like that. It's like, everybody is a sinner. Jesus didn't come for the Pharisees, the self-righteous, the people who thought they were saved. He is a physician. He came to heal the sick. Now, it's very important to distinguish, though, that, like you said, healing the sick comes with that you are making progress to get better, and putting in this doesn't save you, by the way. The important part is obviously believing and following Jesus Christ, but it comes with the thing, this is again scriptural quoting. Jesus said, if you love me, you'll obey my commandments. He doesn't expect you to follow it perfectly, but part of loving Jesus is trying to follow his commandments. You know what I mean? Yeah. So true repentance and repentance doesn't mean just saying sorry. Repentance means a full turn away from the sin that you are in. It doesn't mean that you're not going to stumble again, but it is the turning away from that sin. Anyways, the point being that you brought up of worshiping in your own way, that is true, but also dangerous. So being in a personal relationship with Christ means that you speak to him like you would speak to your dad, like a parent. I know that might not resonate with some people, being that they might not have parents, but that's kind of the way you talk to them, talk to Jesus. That's the way you kind of talk to Jesus on your own, is like a parent or like a friend in your own way. But the Bible is this is why I brought up the church thing, is the Bible is clear that, and Jesus brought this up as well as the apostles, that it is important to also be in relationship with the church body, being as in like other believers, as well as have times of corporate worship, whether that's on a bigger scale with a stage and everything, or in somebody's house with 10 people just singing some hymns and discussing a Bible verse in a more laid out way. It says it's good for you. It says you should be doing it. It shows that also God knows that we need community. So, because we do. And that's part of the thing that is also driving us down. It's not just feminism. Feminism is part of what is bringing society down, but there's a whole bunch of other issues. And one of them is also us not having IRL community, right? So God knew we needed that. That's part of the reason he told us we need to go be with other believers. And if
we need a village,
he brings up going out to the forest and talking to God, I would encourage him to bring at least a couple other people out there with him to discuss it with him, and maybe somebody who is very highly educated in the Bible. You know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah. No doubt, no doubt. And Talanish, wait, oh, okay. So we got a couple of things from chatter. So we'll start out with CB. That's one of the issues I have with many of the churches around me is the promotion of trans crap and drag queens and stuff. They actively promote it on church grounds and online. And then Talanish is, well, people like me and Pixel are clear examples to use, and while we may not take offense, others would. I mean, yeah, others would and wouldn't bother understanding your perspective, Dutch. Not only that, one thing I've seen a lot from the Alphabet Mafia versus the people like me and Pixel, they don't believe in anything religious outside of the cult. Meanwhile, I'm not a Christian. I have Christian values and beliefs. And let's see. Okay, hey, Spydr asks Dutch, what does he think of Lutheranism? Lutheranism.
Oh yeah, I saw that. Lutheranism. Lutheranism, for your information, Spydr is I'm sure you know, Christianity has different denominations. So
Yeah.
Anything that's not Catholic or Orthodox is considered Protestant. But there are a bunch of other ones even in Protestantism, there's like a bunch of other splits, right?
Yeah.
So there's Baptists, there's evangelicals, there's Methodists, there's Calvinists, there's Lutherans, there's a few other ones that I'm not mentioning, and even in those ones, there's subsections of those ones. So,
God,
which is again, I will be real with you guys, which is again why I've looked at Orthodoxy, and I want to be clear why I haven't said Catholicism. The biggest thing with Catholicism is I can't recognize the infallibility of the Pope. There is something in Catholicism where they say if the Pope is sitting on this certain chair, he speaks for God, and that what he's saying is undeniable. It's like it's perfect what he's saying when he's on this chair. I don't want to misspeak. I should say that's my understanding of it. I may be misunderstanding it. I'm just letting you guys know that's why I can't go Catholic, or that's my biggest reason not going Catholic. Orthodox is something that a lot of people in the West don't know about because it's more Russia, Ethiopia, Asia, and Greek. There's Greek and Egyptian Orthodox, and it's just the area. They generally hold the same. It's kind of like Catholicism, where all those churches have a few different little traditions, but they generally hold the same big value, as opposed to Protestants, where it's like Baptists they hold some very, like a few. All of the Protestants kind of hold a few of the bigger views of Christianity the same, but then they all differ on a bunch of medium views. Orthodoxy, they hold almost everything the same. Same with Catholicism. They hold almost all the same values, but then there's just some little traditional stuff like who gets to hold the incense and stuff like that. That's different in different traditions. So going back to the original question, Lutheranism. Lutheranism is Martin Luther. It's the one that split off from the original Catholic Church back in the day with Martin Luther. Not Martin Luther King Jr., guys. Martin Luther back in like the, almost medieval times or whatever, when he nailed his thesis to the wall of the Catholic Church, and then they didn't agree with him, so he went and did his own thing. So that's Lutheranism. What do I think about Lutheranism? I think that some of it is better because they keep traditional values from the Catholic Church from before they started doing a lot of the more corrupt things I think that the Catholic Church is involved in. But I also think Lutheranism has gone a lot downhill as well in some cases. I think I've seen some Lutheran churches that have like female deacons or what we would consider pastors, which I don't agree with at all. And I think I've seen some Lutheran churches that do the whole Methodist thing where they get really political and they're okay with, supporting LGBT and Black Lives Matter and all that kind of lefty stuff. So those ones I completely disagree with, but I'm not, I haven't gotten completely into what the current Lutheran church looks like right now. I should mention, I'm personally a non-denominational evangelical, which just means we evangelize, and we kind of hold to what the greater evangelical, I guess, I don't know, rules are, whatever. But we're non-denominational in that we don't follow everything that they do, and we kind of just do our own thing. So that's what I'm involved in right now.
Okay. So that's very interesting because Jesus Christ, not to say his name in vain. Don't bug me. Don't put Lucille. Not Lucille. Put the Duchess down.
I'll just the Bonkinator, Lucille, or the Iron Duchess, or one of my other upgrades of the bonking instrument is only for the horny. It's only for the horny. All right. The other sins, I will just be like, I pray for you, and God forgive him. He doesn't know what I cuss too, man. All right. I'm not supposed to do that either. So we all sin. It is what it is.
I know. It's just the inside jokes we be having.
The bonking is only for the horny and the goon, all right, and the lewd. That's the only.
Oh, my very God. Oh, but with Tyler Nish, what would I would say? I mean, what? Oh God, I butchered that. What I will say is that I do not like the current Pope. I feel like he's actively undermining the very religion itself. CB agreeing, the past few popes have been terrible, and they have been. Christianity is meant to be like a religion where people are supposed to go for religious freedom and peace, but the current popes have been actively sabotaging the religion and has been causing hell. And Lucian Wolf, the church, my school of my birth town, went through Lutheranism denomination and still has male deacon, and also the chronic victim of metal bashing. Oh, now.
oh, I see what he's saying. Okay, he means the bonkening.
sorry, Ty. Me and you and Pixel, we're constantly gonna have lumps on our heads, so we're gonna get it until maybe one day just get.
Everyone can get it, man. Everyone can get it. Don't worry.
Oh, la vertigo. All right, and Donnie, you have 3 concussions because of Chat gets bumped. The metal bat with the twisted weapon in the zombie apocalypse. Oh, Dutch got all of them. Actually helped him design the one that you see on the thumbnail. That one I laughed at because Nova had got it right almost to the point. I wish he would have gave it spikes as well, but have it put in Proverbs. Oh, let me see. Let me bring up because I think it put up. Let's see, Proverbs 6-25. Do you know that one? And I think Matthew 3:30. So what's Proverbs 6:25 and I think Matthew, I'm trying to zoom in on this picture. It's not letting me. Let me do this. Yeah, Matthew 3:30, I think.
Are you asking me?
Yeah, because when I put on the that's what Nova put on there. She put Proverbs 6:25 and Matthew 3:30. When I told her to write "lust is a sin and thy must repent," she added those proverbs to your bat or your new bunking.
Okay,
weapon.
I usually use when I'm doing my posts, I'll usually use King James, but I get the Old English can be kind of hard to understand for people, so we'll use the English Standard Version. So Proverbs is, "Do not lust in your heart after her beauty, or let her captivate you with her eyes." I believe this is in the Proverbs that's talking about, it's a dual entendre. I think it's talking about both actually being seduced by whores in the street. I'm so real, like not even just e-thoughts. I'm saying like literal whores in the street. It has the double entendre of that, and also sin as sin will lustfully bring you, like seduce you. It'll look nice at the time, it'll want you to come in, but the more you go in, the more you will be corrupted, right? So
nice.
what they're talking about.
Nice. So Nova captured you perfectly with that. And so just by that one, that's how crazy AIs get. But just because that one, and I think it might have because I put your name in it too, so it might have went and scraped your X and stuff like that to get a better understanding of you, which is crazy because now that I'm looking at the thumbnail, I got it zoomed in. Like I said, it has that on your back, and then on the book it says podcast notes: no horny, no gooning, no bunk. Maybe. And I'm like, that is Dutch.
Yeah, I could still hit you anyways, but that's just for fun.
Exactly. That's why I love the maybe on it. So it's like you can still hit. Oh my god, this is too funny. But
you know, guys, I will say this too for a lot of people in chat, yourself included, Spydr. Reading that proverb actually would be that it would be beneficial. It would be beneficial. The whole thing, because it's let me see here. Let me read a little bit of it. Let's see here. To preserve you from evil women, from the smoothness of tongue of the adulteress, do not desire her beauty in your heart, and do not let her capture you with her eyelashes. For the price of a prostitute is only a loaf of bread, but a married woman hunts down a precious life. Can a man carry fire next to his chest and his clothes not be burned? Or can one walk on hot coals and his feet not be scorched? So is he who goes in his neighbor's wife. None who touches her will go unpunished. So I mean that to say, all the people who are online, who you're watching, who are enticing you, be careful, guys, because that's part of the reason, a big part of the reason we're in the situation we're in right now in society.
Yeah, the whole parasocial thing. But no, I don't think that's part of the reason. I think that's I think parasocial.
Like women in general. I mean, women seducing men in general and using that seduction. Like, again, most of this stuff that we're seeing in modernity, I would say it started in like before the 20s, but honestly, the big part of it is the 60s. Right, and you know the 60s, it's Summer of Love. So, yeah. See you, Ben. Thanks for dropping in.
Oh no, he's gonna be back. He just gotta let the dogs out. Who let the dogs out? But okay,
that's what I'm saying. Is more. It's like the seduction from women in society from like the 60s, Summer of Love type of thing. That's when that really started to ramp up and work into it. And that's part of it, is women being like, oh, if you let me do this, if you let me do that, I'll give you this. And men were like, happy wife, happy life, which is a retarded thing to think. I'm gonna be real with you.
I mean, it's just one of those situations to where I don't I don't even know how to ask this, because it's a multitude of things. It's multiple branches that unites to this one. We have one problem, but it's multiple branches, and we have to take out multiple branches to solve this one problem. Because it's feminism, it's the liberation of sex with women, it's the exclusion or the corruption of church, it's girl bossing, it's men being weak, and just, some men, they did it just go, because they knew, it's gonna be easy to get the box if we let the women do it, and they were right. But a lot of the soy boys that thought that they was gonna be in on it, where they got sold a false bill of goods, because no, when it comes to situations like sex and women, it mainly goes to the elite, to the top of the top. Marriage actually would help spread that, because it made it fair for all men, because the elite, once you get a woman, that's that's all you get. So it helped even it out a little bit. But now that sex is back on the open market, it's the first thing people do is start a monopoly, and that's what happened with the elites, this 6 figures, 6-pack, 6-foot dudes or whatnot. That's what's been going on. Is now women are all sleeping with the same type of men, and a lot of the betas are like, "What the hell?" Like I thought we was gonna get in on it too. No.
Yeah, and it's really like it's really being sold. It's a lie being sold to women too, but women, generally speaking, I'm not going to speak for everybody. I know Steel Bear, and I will give her this one. Steel Bear and my wife probably have a little bit more sense about them. But the women have, a lot of women have been sold that lie too, where it's like, oh, you know, they think that because they can sleep with these, and it's called the 6 6s, by the way. It's a 6-pack, 6 foot tall, 6 inches in the pants, 600 horsepower in your car, 6 figures in your bank, and then 6 months since their last relationship.
Holy shit. I kept it at 3 6s with the fourth being the 6 inches in your pants. I did not know they added 2 more 6s to it. God dang, dude. So this is my first time hearing 600 horsepower in your engine, and then 6 months from the God dang.
If we're being real, I don't think the 600 horsepower and the 6 months since your last relationship have probably fallen off a little bit. When I got out of my bad relationship, I fell into that red pill sphere, which I see rage, which I see as like necessary for a lot of men, but eventually you get out of it and you go, okay, there's stuff that they were saying that's true. How do I take the good stuff and then get rid of the bad stuff, like you said, with the Tates and the Fresh and Fit and stuff like that. So but that's the only reason I know that, is because I fell into that area in life. So I know the terminology from that manosphere thing, you know, hypergamy, all that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
So that to be real, the 600 horsepower and the 6 months since your last relationship, most women probably fell off, or is far less important than the other stuff. So
yes and no, because basically it's a way to reestablish the six figure bank account. So if you have a nice fancy car, the Lamborghini or the Mustang Dark Horse or the ZL1 Camaro or the Hellcat, because we gotta get the Hellcat.
The Hellcat people.
But yeah, but yes, women were also sold that false bill of goods as well. Like both parties was essentially sold a lie. I think by the elites, both the government and the corporations, to get women into the job force, and then dudes, who, oh yeah, this is gonna be an easy score. We're gonna win, and a lot of debaters that thought that they was gonna get in too, and nah. No, you're not getting this. It's still gonna be us. You're just gonna be the shoulder that she cries on. So you're gonna get the females' attention, but you're not gonna get the females' respect and the sex. You'll still get their attention. We'll send them to you when we break their hearts, and then when you're done healing them, they're gonna run back us. So that's gonna be the circle. We break their hearts, you fix them. They come back to us, we break it again. So that'd be the benefit. So you'll get some of their attention, but not the attention that you want.
Yeah, it's like if you look at, I don't know if you ever saw that video from, I think it was a TLC or something like that, the polyamorous relationship. It's not even like good looking women. Like it was a chick, like a Hispanic chick. She was like, she had to be close to like 250, 300 pounds. And she was probably like 5'2", 5'4", or something like that. Yeah. So big girl with like 5 beta, like nerdy, live in your basement looking guys. And like, obviously the most attractive one of them was probably getting it the most. And then she had a baby.
Oh yeah, I seen that one. Yeah.
Yeah, that one. And then the one of the guys who I think was tired of the relationship and tired of taking care of someone else's baby while not getting anything out of it, he went and hurt the baby, which I feel bad for that baby. Obviously, I don't want the baby to be in that situation. The little ones are really the ones getting hurt by this kind of stuff. But at the same time, I go like, okay, I gotta talk off the handle. Sorry, Lord, I'm gonna cuss a little bit. Like, bitch, what are you doing with 5 dudes? And then also the 5 dudes like, bitch, what are you doing with this big Jabba the Hutt lady and sharing her? Like, come on, guys, have some self-respect. I get you guys are like little Twinkie nerdy guys and then like fat dudes, but come on, have some self-respect, man.
But
Better to be alone.
But see, most men can't handle the solitude because don't get me wrong, as somebody who is alone, somebody who longs for a girlfriend, who longs to be married with children, being alone sucks. So it's like either you start to seek out attention and on all the wrong ways. Either you get a fake relationship to where you get the attention, but you don't get nothing out of it, or what the hell is this? This is why. This is why I had kept it on the same. Sorry, my music started going all over the place. Let's go ahead and just bring it back.
All right.
Like this song. Let's go.
Also, Tylen said, also Dutch, you might want to replace one of the 6s with 10s, which being, I'm guessing, the 6-figure, because gosh, these women are outrageous. And yes, Tylen, I know some the issue with some of those shows.
Dudes? God damn.
Yeah, I saw that too.
Oh, sorry.
I thought she was sleeping. I thought he was saying that it was like a character sleeping with 10 dudes, but no, I realize FF14 is an online game, so it's some chicken on the actual thing saying like she's sleeping with 10 guys in game. That's crazy. That's wild.
No, I think she in IRL as well. And that's the thing when it comes to poly relationships. And poly relationships I had, it's two sides out here. Mainly it's messing up for women and mainly messing up for men. Recently had a homegirl, I'm not gonna say her business, who, she just lost her relationship, and they were somewhat in a poly, but when she told me it was the guy's idea, and she just went with it because she really loved the guy. He's the father of their children and all that stuff, and yeah, it's one of those type of situations, because usually you think it's only the women that's doing it, and it's sometimes both. And the relationship didn't work because, of course, even though she wanted to be actively engaged with her husband, she basically, the dude was just greedy because she was sexually active. She wanted to have, sex with him and all that stuff, but some people just get too freaking greedy. And the dude went from, he wanted to pay more attention to his girlfriend and not his wife and his children. And she was like, you know what, I had enough of this. We get in a divorce. When it comes to the men who gets in polys with women, a lot of these dudes don't, because it's easier. I wouldn't say easy. It's easier for a woman to get another relationship, because women are in high demand. It's hard for a man to get another relationship with a woman unless he's one of the top guys. So a lot of these dudes are in fear of being alone, so they accept a poly because that's the only thing close to, a relationship they're gonna get, even if they have to share this one woman with all these other men. And like you said, it's usually the more handsome and more productive is going to be the main one in the box, and you guys are just, maybe you taking care of the bills, maybe you taking care of the food, maybe you're getting her grocery, her Birkin bag. No, not Birkin, but you know what I'm trying to say. It's like there's the main guy, and then there's the other orbiters, and the other orbiters are taking care of everything else, while the main guy doesn't really have to do nothing, and he's clapping the cheeks.
Well, it's your standard. It's your standard, like, if we're really thinking about it, it's like a standard king situation, honestly. If you are that high tier guy, you're basically the king. If you're in a poly relationship, anyways, you're basically the king in the relationship, and the chick is the queen. And you can maybe even go out and have your little courtesans or whatever on the side too, and then all the other guys maybe get some scraps every once in a while, and you don't care because you're like, I don't care. I get other stuff from other chicks anyways. Why do I care if the main chick sleeps with these beta guys every once in a while just to keep them on the string? And then the beta guys will pay for everything and do the work around the house, and you can just go and do whatever you want. Donnie, I saw in chat too, he said he's not sure about kids, but he would rather be alone than dealing with annoying women. And I agree with that, but I also agree with you, Spydr, where it's like, it's very difficult because a lot of guys have that want and need. That's another thing women don't quite understand, is they think guys just want, they've been slept around with, so they think all guys just want to sleep around with girls, and they put every guy in that box. But the vast majority of dudes who they don't see, who they see as garbage, honestly, who they see as lower than low, the vast majority of those guys want one woman and they want kids and they want to be able to protect and provide for those kids. So it's like, that's the other thing with the whole sexual revolution that's happened with women and men and all that kind of stuff, is all women put all men in the category of alpha Chad. I'm gonna go fuck whoever I want, because that's all they see, because that's who they're getting fucked by. But then they don't see the other guys. They see the other guys as trash, like below trash, but they still lump them into the alpha Chad. Oh, he's just going to want to fuck me, but he's also less attractive and makes less money than Chad, so why would I even put up with him? Even though the less attractive, maybe more like still making decent money kind of guy, like they're not even that less attractive, because I've seen you've done a face reveal, you've done all that kind of stuff. You're an average dude. I was just talking about this on my Friday night Flame War stream, where it's like, it's the failed normie. It's we are losing the middle class because of this, because there's a bunch of normal guys, average guys, who are not, who the average women or even below average women aren't looking at as not even a viable partner, even though they'd make a perfectly good partner who can provide a decent house, who can protect, who looks decent, you know what I mean? Who can go from they might be a 4 or 5 on an average day, but they can easily bump up to a 6, 7. Shake my hands. 6, 7, 6, 7, or 8, with just a suit and some, grooming or whatever. So it's like, it's really sucks, man. I get that it's how difficult it is for lonely men, but you do have to, I agree with Donnie, you kind of, to get a woman who will respect you and who will value you for even at that average level, you do have to have that mentality of, I'm not going to, even though I want it, even though it's like almost a need, I have to put that aside and say that I'm not going to put up with a annoying bad woman. I'm going to vet them for a couple years and make sure that they're actually legit and actually want to be with me and actually want to be a partner and build together kind of thing.
Yeah, because it even says in the Bible, I changed it up a little bit, but it says in the Bible, with my little change, it's better that a man lives on the corner of a roof than share a house with an I forgot already, but quarrelsome one. It says quarrelsome wife, a bitch, but I changed it to quarrelsome woman, or better yet, a bitch. And unfortunately, that's what's going on a lot. And this is why most men or most betas or most average dudes are choosing the poly life, where one woman has a bunch of dudes, because, again, that's the closer they're going to get. Because solitude, it sucks. It sucks working these, even though I work 4 days, 4 days on, 3 days off, 10-hour shifts. It sucks coming home to an empty apartment. And don't get me wrong, I love snow and all, but I'd rather there be a woman that I could crawl in the bed with. You know what I'm saying? It's come on, empty bed, no lights, no good morning, no hug, or the occasional she's surprised me that she's still up and maybe she got a good a cooked meal, or maybe she already got the shower going for me, or it's something. I would rather see another person here versus darkness. And don't get me wrong, I love snow, but she's a dog. I want that badly. However, just because I want that connection bad, I'm not willing to put up with a lot of bullshit that comes with a lot of with some of these chicks, And it's like, if you're not gonna value me, if you're not gonna value my time, I'm not gonna play your games, because you essentially you have other dudes in your corner. So you just want to play games and do this and do that. I'm not about to play all these games. As soon as you start entertaining another guy, or as soon as you start showing me that you don't value me or respect me, then I'm out. Yeah, that's pretty much how I operate. And that's the thing with guys. In order to know that you really have a woman, you have a woman when you have her respect. A woman can love you, but if she don't respect you, she'll do disrespectful things like cheating, or don't respect your authority, or don't listen to you, or she abuse you and this and the third. If she has your respect, she's going to do everything within her power not to disrespect you, not to hurt you, or not to challenge you. That's how you know you have a woman's respect. I mean, you have her love. You don't. If you don't have her respect, you don't have her love. She can say she love you all day, but if she don't respect you, she don't really love you.
That's because that's what men want, right? That's the exchange. And let's not beat around the bush. Yes, and this is one of the lies we were told as a kid, with the whole Disney thing and all that, is love is what matters. It's like, love is a part of it. You should love your partner, but there is an exchange that happens, and men and women want different things. Men want respect and loyalty. Women want protection, provision, and to be heard, to be listened to, to be comforted, to have fun. Like that's the exchange you have to give. So, and that's really what, the long story short, I could ramble about this forever. And if you ever have me on again, we can talk about it more. I don't want to keep on it if you have other things, but especially because we're limited on time. But that's the big thing men need to learn. Men need to learn about women's, about the exchange with women, what women want, how the women's attitude, all that kind of stuff. Men need to learn about shit tests. Men need to learn about how women operate. That's the only way you're going to actually figure out how to be a man. And I'm sorry to tell you this, guys, really am, because it took me understanding this too. I have a friend is in the same situation. He's lonely. He really wants a good woman, all that kind of stuff. And I tell him, I'm like, hey, if you want a good woman, you're going to need to do this, that, blah, 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 this, that, and the other thing. And I tell him that because I had to do it. And he's like, but you're basically telling me not to be me. And I'm like, if that's what you're saying it is, I'm like, if you really want what you want, that's what you got to do, man. Like, you're going to have to change who you are from the ground up. And I'm not saying you're guaranteed a woman, but I'm saying that you're just putting the odds in your favor. And then you're also putting the odds in your favor by learning about women's nature and how they do things. You're putting the odds in your favor that you're going to be able to flush out the bad ones that are trying to get with you now that you do have that statistical advantage.
Yeah,
and keep
exactly.
only the good ones. So.
Yeah, exactly. You have to learn female nature. You have to learn how they operate. You have to learn, the choosing signals. You have to learn choosing signals. You have to learn, like you said, the shit tests, and not to go for the shit test. And you have to reestablish yourself. And you're not saying for him to change who he is. You're saying, like, look, dude, you gotta be whatever you're lacking. You have to fix those issues, and then you have to go out and learn these things about women, because if you don't, you're gonna forever be in this merry-go-round of getting played.
Yeah.
And that's and that's why I preach to other dudes. You have to when dudes say, well, I understand women, well, you got to go out, you got to socialize, and you got to learn when you, because females don't listen to females, don't listen to their words, listen to their actions.
Exactly.
Listen to their actions. Yes. They will lie to you fast. That's why dudes are always confused by, why do Chad and Tyrone always get it and they cry and say they want a good dude? Because they lying. They attracted to Chad and Tyrone. They just hate. Women hate that they love them. That's pretty much what it is. When they crying about it, they just saying they hate that they love them. So go by the woman's actions. Don't go by their words. They can say one thing and do another. That's why I said, if you have her respect, her words will match her actions.
Yep. And I was going to say that too. That's not saying all women are lying to you all the time. And I'm again going to point out Steel Bear and the Duchess. It's like you just said, if they respect you, their words will generally match their actions. And when their words don't match their actions, and you appropriately call it out as a man, those actions and words end up getting fixed usually really quick. Yeah. So, and that's what I was going to say too, is that you have to, for a lot of guys, they're scared of losing a woman, right? And that's part of the reason why they'll even put up with a lot of bullshit from women as it is. But it's like, you can't, like it's weirdly, it seems antithetical. It seems against your best interest, but it's really funny that when you start acting like, I don't care I don't care what you do, if you treat me in a way that I
Don't like.
that reasonably I deem as unacceptable, I'm willing to cut immediately, even if it's a little thing. If it doesn't get fixed, like if it doesn't get nipped in the butt immediately. Yeah, exactly. That's when you start getting women who will respect you, who are actually interested in you, who are willing to be that partner and do that thing, like you said, where their words start matching their actions. Because I will be real with you guys too, all men, that women never stop shit testing. And it's not a bad thing.
Yeah.
It's a female survival tactic nature from when we were, you know, hunter-gatherers, and then moved into even the growing food stage of the human history. It's just a female nature, how they survive kind of thing. Is it's like they shit test you to see if you're gonna get rattled, to see how strong you are in your own personality, in your goals, all that kind of stuff. Because a woman needs a guy who's going to be strong in those things, because it shows that you can provide, protect, and that you're not going to be, if she can push you around, what's keeping some other dude like at your job, or some other dude out in the wild, or some other thing, even just nature or whatever, from rattling you? Men, they want a man, most women want a man who's not even going to be rattled by nature, who sees the storm coming and goes and doesn't get all freaked out, but they go, okay, here's what we're going to do next. Here's what's going to happen. Or even to the point where they go, there's nothing I can do, but I accept what's going to happen. So that's what women are looking for.
Yeah, it's the stoicism, and that's what it means to be stoic, in a sense. It's saying, you know, you're not, because you can show emotion without being emotional. You don't have to be this concrete dude that doesn't bulge and you know, but you have to have, there has to be, how can I say this without sounding like a complete dick?
Just be a dick, man. We need people to be more righteous assholes in the world right now. So just say it with your chest, bro.
You can be an asshole. You just can't be a complete total tool. That's what I'm saying. There's times where you have to lay down the law, and then there's sometimes where you kind of have to budge a little bit, just to, you know what I'm saying. But you're right. Women would never stop shit testing you. There's always going to be the shit test, but it's always, there's shit tests, and then there's outright disrespect. You don't want to deal with either of them, and then there's some shit test that is outright disrespectful, and that's when where you have to treat it like a one-time thing. Baby girl, you got one time to do this, and if you do it, I'm out. And those are asserting harsh boundaries, because women they're gonna do a soft test. They always gonna do a soft test, even on your harsh boundaries. They're gonna do either a test or a soft test to see if you're really a man of your word and gonna leave. And sometimes, I'm sorry to say it, man, you're gonna have to lose. You're gonna have to be willing to lose, because there's gonna be some women that's gonna be dumb and actually test those boundaries to see if you're actually gonna walk away. And if you don't, it's all disrespect. Women will respect you more if you walk away. And I'm sorry to say this, man, don't come back.
Yep.
Because if you come back, she knows, okay, I can push you a little here or there, just not there. If you don't come back, you both lose, but she has a better respect for you. And then for the next man, she will be more respectful for the next man. So in a way, you're helping not only yourself, but you're also helping your fellow man as well. Because she knows there's going to be some dudes that's not going to put up with her shit.
Yep. And it's to encourage. This is an encouragement. The more shit tests, the more boundaries you set and stand hardline. And I'm not saying to be unrealistic. I'm not saying to be, you know, like you said, a complete asshole for no reason. Like it has to be a reasonable reason why you're setting the boundary, right? Don't just set boundaries because you're like, oh, I have to set boundaries so that a woman respects it. It's like, no, there's obviously a point in which it gets unreasonable, but but you have to set boundaries, and you have to have hard boundaries. And like Spydr said, even if it's to the point of leaving and you don't come back, because if you come back, they're going to think that, oh, wait, okay, so the boundary isn't really a hard boundary. And the encouragement is that for decent women who aren't completely brainwashed yet, if you do set those boundaries and you have the hardline boundaries while you're in the relationship, even you have to start it at the beginning. the boundaries that you keep and they see that you keep, the shit tests will get a lot easier. Like they'll just be, because it starts with little things. So if you stop it at the little thing, it'll always stay a little thing, and it should never get to the disrespect point. If you got into the disrespectful shit test point, either that woman was leading you on and they've always been that way, or you've allowed too many boundaries to be crossed where they've gotten to the point of, oh, now I can do this big boundary cross. So
it always starts off at a little thing and always escalates a bit, but once it gets to the disrespectful part, I'm sorry, boys, you're no longer in a relationship. It's just your turn. Once it starts getting disrespectful, you're no longer in a relationship. You're just a placeholder until she finds somebody else that's not going to put up with her shit. And now you're in a situation to where she's cheating on you, or you're in an open relationship to where, like I said, the guy, you're doing everything for her. You're paying the bills, you're taking her out, you're doing all this and all that, but you're not getting sex. While the other guy ain't doing nothing for her, ain't putting up with a book. He's willing to lose and be like, all right, you got to go home. You know, I told you not to do this, you did it, go home. And guess what? She's going to be in his bed. But with Ben, because I think Elucidator asked what is shit testing. Well, first, Ben, they said Spydr-Bro is like the one song, one to make her happy, one to make her sad, one to give her love, and that she never had, and one to keep the nest warm where she can fall back. Yep, that's pretty much a rotation. And then what is shit testing? It's a manufacturer governance a woman uses to test the mental competence and confidence of her mate. It is an intentional provocation accompanied by an implement and subconscious desire that the man put his foot down, set reasonable boundaries, and demonstrate that he will not be bullied, nagged, or shamed and guilted into submission. Its purpose is to confirm to her that he's capable of doing what needs to be done to provide for and protect her and her children. The subconscious thought process is, if he can't stand up to me, it bounced up. If he can't stand up to me, how will he be able to deal with the caveman down by the valley who keeps us up at night rearing their motorcycles, let alone help bring down a Macedonian or fend off a saber-toothed tiger?
Yeah, it's like an example would be like something like I don't know, like they don't, or something like maybe like they don't order. This is really small, by the way. This is one I would personally let go. But something like you go to a place and want to eat, and they just order a salad, and then you get like a big steak with potatoes and stuff like that, and they go and they start just eating off your plate, and you go, no, you ordered what you could have ordered what you wanted to order, but I ordered this. And you go, and they're like, oh, but I'm just being fun and blah, blah. Like, that's a little one. I'd personally let it get away, but it was just the first example that came to my head. Like, I wouldn't be against that, especially because I offer food to the Duchess when I order it, whatever it is. But but I'm saying in that same vein, obviously there's bigger ones than that. Like, again, cheating is basically for women. For men, cheating is because they just want to have sex with a bunch of, like, they want
it's the feeling
different. Yeah, they want different. It's like playing a different game for men. It's like I played Halo. I'm kind of bored with Halo. I'm gonna go play Call of Duty now, right?
Yeah.
But sex for women is more like, if they're with a guy and they want to change partners, it's because they're like, oh, it's the biggest shit test they could possibly give you, in that I'm gonna go cheat on you. Are you actually gonna stand on business and leave, or are you going to stick around and just be the absolute biggest beta cuck ever?
And because with women, when it comes to cheating, it's multiple steps before you even get to the physical. If it's already at the physical level where she could just go physical, that woman is lost completely. And that's when you need to do I have the soundboard, or do I have it working? I don't think I have it working. Damn you. Wait, it's over here now, because I got the chat over here. Please work.
Run.
If you have a female like that who's quick to give up the box, run. Fast, not slow. But if you have a decent woman who's, a little dumb, what happens is, in order for her to cheat on you with another man, she has to emotionally cheat on you first. When it comes to ladies are, when it comes to sex, women are a value knob. Men are a light switch. You show us boob, we ready to go. Women, you have to stimulate them in many different ways. Women have different methods or whatnot, but they're a volume knob. In order for a woman to cheat on you, she has to first emotionally start seeking out another man, and then once that need is met, then it goes to the physical aspects of it, and there's usually signs and stuff like that when a woman is going to cheat. If you establish like, hey, there's how can I say this? Like most often, okay, how can I explain this? When it comes to like that's why you get into a situation where a lot of men don't want male friends around or male orbiters, because men will suss them out real fast, because men are like dogs. We don't want another dog in our territory, and we know there's that one is cool, that one right there, we already done sniffed you out, so we're gonna be like, hey baby, I'm cool with this guy, he seems pretty chill. That one over there, you have to cut ties with him. What? Yes, that one, but he's like a brother to me. Nah, I ain't going for that. You have to cut ties with him. It's stuff like that, because guys recognize game, even betas recognize, even though betas don't know what a woman, they don't know how a woman operates, they know, oh shit, that guy, that if I let him around my woman, I'm in danger, my relationship is in danger. Guys know, just like women, y'all know, okay, y'all know a female that's not gonna do nothing to y'all, man, and stuff like that, and then y'all know, okay, yeah, I can't bring my boyfriend around this bitch is gonna do it. Yeah, that's pretty much it. But for women, it's a slow scale. That's why it's important to check them and nip it in the bud when it comes to the short shit test. Because if you don't check it, then she's gonna emotionally go somewhere else. And then once you lost her emotionally, that's it. But that's it. It's only a matter of time. It's not if, it's when you'll lose her physically as well.
Yeah. It's you gotta cut it out quick, and that's. I will say that a lot of these issues are significantly lessened if you are a Christian couple. And I don't mean that in like the corporate way. I mean like you're actually driven, you're actually trying to follow Christ, because both of you understand your nature, or both of you try to understand your nature and understand that it's sinful and wrong. So you are actively trying to work against it. So that does play a huge role, at least for me and my relationship and what I know as good, healthy relationships in general. I'm not saying that atheists can't have good, healthy relationships, or agnostics can't have good, healthy relationships. It's obviously happened, but on a far greater statistical scale, Christian relationships in general, even if they're not the strongest Christians, seem to tend to stay together longer. And then also on a bigger scale, Christian relationships where both parties are actively chasing after Christ, trying to obey Christ, understanding that they have a sinful nature and that they actively need to work against that sinful nature. Those seem to last the test of time. And I can't speak on other religions. I know Muslims probably stay together for a really long time for other reasons, but I'm not educated on that. I can only speak on Christianity right now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and that's what I think we need, just more structure. We need to start actually going back to shaming both sides, shaming men for being weak.
Agreed.
And shaming women for being loose. Because one thing about it, women won't do the things they do if men act as a unit. And I say this all the time. If men act as a unit and all stand up and say no, women will correct themselves. Because at the end of the day, yeah, women can talk about girl power, girl boss, and this, that, and the third. Female nature is female nature. They want to submit. They're just being brainwashed into not. If men as a unit and said no more thottery, no, and actually mean it, but it takes men to go and get out the simps. We got to root them out, and like, hey, stop being a simp, stop doing this, need to do that. Which that's gonna be hard, because Ugh. But if men as a unit get up and say no more, women women just by nature will correct themselves, and we're back in a better relationship where men and women can come together and things will be good. And I think religion, even though despite me not being religious, I think religion is a great foundation, is a great start, because it gives you an outside force to feel I said not feel fear, and saying I'm gonna hold you accountable. And once you have that fear, then you have something to work with. Because if you don't have no fear of if you don't fear nothing, what's stopping you from doing whatever the hell you want?
Yep. And and again, to me, I brought this up with Kai before. I am not trying to hammer on him. It's just the most recent person I've had these discussions with, because even funny enough, even in the VTubing sphere, even with the big bazongas everywhere and stuff like that, a lot of people are still in the VTubing sphere having saying that they are Christian, and in some way, shape, or form, whether that's going to church and stuff like that, or like we have in the chat, people saying that they just have their own personal relationship with God, which whether I think that the Bible says you should or not, I mean, it's better than nothing, obviously. So, but Kai's the only one who I can really point out in my recent terms where I've had these discussions with, where he has these opinions, is that he's like, he thinks that everything can be solved scientifically, or that even without Christianity or religion, that the society could still go back to how it was before. I will give my personal opinion in saying that no, I'm sorry to say that without God, without the Christianity, whether you think it or not, and I'll meet in the middle. This isn't part of my opinion, but I can meet in the middle and say that maybe for some people that would maybe work, but it's not the majority of people. The majority of people need the strict religious structure and strict rules from the Lord to have that good society. My personal thing is that no, I think everybody needs it, but I can meet in the middle and say some people may be able to be quote unquote good moral people without going to church and stuff like that. But I would say the vast majority, like at least 90% of people need that. From a logical standpoint, and without it, with people just relying on their own understanding, it devolves into chaos. Again, from my own opinion and own understanding from the Lord, again, if we've gotten those morals, even for scientific people, like just logically, you got to say, if we got all these morals and ethics from the Bible, from that, whether you agree with it or not, you got it from God. You got it from the Christian God. And without that higher authority saying that this is the way things should be done, this is the way I plan things out, these are, if you follow these rules, yes, there will still be hardship and pain and sin in the world, but it will be much better than not having these rules and trying to follow them. Without that higher authority, and you just saying like, oh, well, but I agree with the Christian morals, but I don't have the backing of God. It's just that people should follow this. I would go, well, then what's stopping anybody from saying that the morals are subjective? What's stopping someone from being like, well, I agree with no murder and no theft, but people should be able to have sex with whoever they want, whenever they want. Like, okay, then you're taking out part of the equation that adds up to a good society. I'm sorry to tell you. So it's like, and you're relying on your own understanding. You're taking God out of the equation. So then there's no top perfect moral authority leading everybody. It's just everyone's own subjective value of that morality. That's why I would say that no, God is necessary for those morals to stand a chance. I'm not even saying the church. The church has corruption. I still think people should go to some form of church, but the church's sinful people has corruption. But without God, perfect God, putting those rules in place, everybody can, at that point, if that's not a thing, everyone can just have their own subjective morality. And what's keeping you saying that, no, my morality, this morality, the Christian morality, even without God, is the good one? Like, where's the objective ruling coming on that? Who decides it?
Yeah.
What's stopping someone who's like a Muslim or someone who's like a cannibal in like the Amazon rainforest being like, well, then you can't tell me my morals are wrong because you don't have anything to back it up. Like
Yeah.
there's no higher more. Yeah, exactly. That's it. Just
Higher authority.
End of the rant. There's no higher authority to back it up. How can you say that my morals are wrong if you don't have a higher authority backing you up?
Mm-hmm. Because if people don't have nothing to fear, that's what it devolves to at the end of the day. Because it's like, who are you to tell me that my viewing is wrong? My the way I feel, the way I view things, my morality is the wrong one, and that's why you need a higher power, a higher authority to say no. These are the rules, and these how to follow it. Because I had the debate with Ruby's Zephyr and a few others about that, and they saying, well, hey, these are the rules, and even though I agree with them, it's just I felt a little like because I hate for some people that commit like one. My argument to Ruby was I hate to use him as an example, but Pix, Pix is a good man. He does right. He lives his life righteous, and maybe this is something I could explain to you as well. And this is part of the reason why I kind of run into the issue of going to Christianity or going to God, is Christian. Pixel is a good man and all that. His only sin is that he loves another man. I don't think Pixel should spend the rest of eternity in hell off of one sin, as in loving another man. Loving another man, in my opinion, is different than killing another man. You know what I'm saying? So I understand if you take the life of another man, you should burn in all eternity because that's what you did. But simply loving another man, I don't think you should perish. But I know those are the rules. Them are the rules. It's just, in my opinion, I don't think somebody with that of that sin should perish for all eternity.
Well, let me put it to you this way, because I think a lot of people, again, are misinformed on this, maybe from pastors or maybe from, and who am I to speak? I've only been back in Christianity, to be honest. I've only really been thinking on God, on Jesus. I've only been really interacting with them in a mature sense for like maybe 5 years now. So
Yeah.
Again, I'm imperfect. Take my words as imperfect. I pray that God speaks better through me than I can speak. But someone that we're using Pix, by the way, love you as a brother. No homo on my part, but like, it's not, I don't hate you at all. I don't hate Tylen. I don't hate, to be honest, I don't hate any gay person. I don't hate trans people. I pray for them. But love doesn't mean that you accept everything that people do.
Yeah.
Love has to be tough at times if you want real love. Otherwise, it's just placating people. I don't think that's real love. So in terms of talking about what you just said about Pixel or Tylen, for example, you don't think there's sin, that sin of loving another person, or let's say like stealing a Twinkie, even smaller in people's respect, stealing a Twix bar from the corner shop.
Yeah.
That technically would condemn you to hell if you this is where Christianity is so radically different than any other religion. From what I understand, Islam teaches that you atone for your sins, and that's how you get back to being in good graces with God, is you do more good than bad, basically. Do more good than sin. Similarly, that's what I understand from Judaism. Similarly, that's what I understand from like karma, that whole thing. So that's where it's different than most. And then other religions, from what I understand, it's kind of like, it's not a good or a bad thing necessarily. It's kind of like the gods don't really even care about you. They're kind of doing their own thing. But if you pray or worship them, they might help you out in certain ways.
Yeah, they toss you a bone.
But that's where Christianity is different, is that it's not you do anything to save yourself. It's literally the finished work of Jesus Christ is the only way it saves any of us, and we all need it. No matter if you've done one little sin or you're the worst serial killer ever, everyone can be saved by God. Now, that doesn't mean it excuses the consequences in this world.
in the world that we live in. God will still allow you to have the consequences of your actions. If you murdered somebody, but you go, oh, I believe in Christ now, I'm redeemed, he's washed me clean with the blood, that would be true. But God goes, you also still have to deal with most people. I will say, it's not like everyone. Sometimes sometimes you'll be like,
bad people.
No, you're getting a pass. You're getting a pass on that one. You know, like we'll go back to the Twix bar thing. If you bring back your money and go, hey, I stole this from you, here's the money for it, I'm sorry. God will be like, okay, you're good. I'm not going to be like, I'm going to throw you in jail for stealing for that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But in terms of like murder or something like that, most of the time I'll say it's still determined that you will still deal with the consequences in this world of your actions. And even in the actions of others, because God says that too, where it's in the Old Testament, the son will not be held accountable for the sins of the father in terms of God. God isn't going to hold you accountable for the sins of your father, but he also says it's in the 10 commandments, because there's way more commandments than just the 10 commandments. Realistically, it says that still, if you read it in context, it says the son can still suffer consequences from the parents. If your dad's an alcoholic and beats you, you could still have consequences in this world. You're not going to be held accountable by God for like that your father was an alcoholic and beat you, but you will still have consequences and hardships in this world because of what your parents did, unfortunately, just because of the nature of the world. So all that being said, I know it's a complicated thing that I'm discussing here. Going back to Tylen or Pixel, both of them with that, them being gay isn't even the sin, honestly. Having those inclinations isn't necessarily the sin. You, me, other people have similar inclinations, just not towards the same sex. We still have lust, right? It's acting on that is the sin. So with acting on that, I get that Pixel is good in that he's married, he's only doing it with one guy, but it's what God says. God's more perfect than we are. God knows better than we are. And I'm not saying that, and it's something where it's like, I'm not condemning Pixel to hell, or I'm not condemning at all. I don't have the right to judge. Only God does. But I can say from what God says in the Bible, it's not necessarily that Pixel is gay and that with a man married, that we might consider, because even me, if it was me who was God who was making the rules, I'd be like, I don't really have a problem with that if you're doing it in your own house and you're keeping it away from people, or other people. Like, it's the same with straight sex. Like, I'm not going to go out in the streets and be like, I'm straight, I have sex all the time, I blah, blah, blah. You know what I mean? It's like, it's the same thing. I hold everybody the same standard, but I'm not God. God knows better than me. And it's not the gay thing. It is sin thing. It is any sin that condemns us to hell. So it's not the gay thing that condemns us to hell. It's not the lust thing that condemns us to hell. It's not murder that condemns us. It's all of it. We have all sinned and fallen short of the glory of God, and we all deserve the pit. And if you believe in Christ, you repent and you try and turn from your sin, that is the only way that we get to that we get redemption for the next life, where we're not going to be condemned to hell for anything that we do. So it's not, that's where I think people get turned around on that whole issue with gay sex or lust, or like the different values we put on sin or illegal actions in this world versus what God sees as it, which is that all sin is the same. All sin condemns you because what it is a sinful thing. Something that is imperfect even a little bit cannot be in the presence of God. As we see with Moses in the Bible, God showed himself to Moses, but he said, I'm going to hide you behind this rock. And as I pass by, you can maybe see the back of me. But if you saw me in person in my face, you would die. You would literally go insane and like die, because you're an imperfect being seeing this perfect being. And our only way to be able to reconcile that and be able to see God and be perfect ourselves is being washed by Jesus, who was perfect, accomplish that for us. So it's not a gay thing. It's not me condemning Pixel specifically. It's anybody who has sinned has been condemned unless they believe in Christ and repent. And that's the only way. And it's not boasting on, and that's why works is a thing where it's like, if you love God, you will do his works. You will try and work against your sinful nature. You will try and do good, but that doesn't save you. Only Jesus saves you, because so that people can't boast and be like, look how good I am. Look how much good I'm doing. No, we only boast in Jesus, that Jesus did the good work for us and that we're only saved through him. So to finish it off, to round it up, I know I talked for a long time. To round it up, I'm not condemning. I don't think Jesus or God condemns Pixel to hell because he's gay. God says there is a way that he made men and women, and that to go outside of that way of making men and women is sinful, and any sin condemns you to hell unless you believe in Christ, you repent, and are washed clean by his blood. So
And that's the thing, and that's, I said, I completely understand that. I mean, who am I to argue against the Almighty Being? It's just I just, that what throws me, because it's like, and I know it's not the feeling, it's the act within itself. But if that's the only thing, I think, like you said, it should be like, you know, the difference between stealing a candy bar or a Twinkie versus robbing a bank. It's different levels to it, and you know, just like how we have different levels for laws, we ain't gonna sit here and give a person 25 to life if they stole a Twinkie, you know, and then of course, you know, no, we're gonna do that for the guy who robbed the bank and, you know, had people at gunpoint and all that stuff. So, and that's where it throws me. It's like, if this guy's only sin is that he was involved with another man, should there be punishment? Sure, because, you know, you broke the rules. At the end of the day, them's the rules. But I don't think it should be an eternity of damnation. That's what I'm saying, you know.
I understand, and it's the we should also clarify that from biblical standpoint, my understanding is that hell isn't necessarily like what we paint it out to be. You know, it's not a Dante's Inferno, like 9 circles of hell thing. There's not different punishments, all that stuff. How it's explained is, in this world, in our world, the living reality that we're in right now, if you're in Christ, you are the closest to hell you will ever be, because you're saved and you're going to go to heaven. But if you don't believe in Christ, you're the closest to hell you will ever be, because hell is just the absence of good. It's the absence of God. So in this life, we can see and feel God, but we are not fully we're not fully with him, because that's heaven, right? So we have that hope, we have that chance. When you go to hell, it is the complete absence. You're not with God. You will never be with God. There is no good. It is all just you are complete absence of perfection. So I say that in the way of that, again, in this world, yes, we have different levels of sin. We have different levels of legality, of what's illegal, what's not illegal. And we have to, because we're operating in a sinful world where everybody is sinful. Nobody is righteous or perfect enough to be like, oh, I'm so perfect that even someone doing something as little as stealing is a affront to me, is something worth being eternally condemned for, right? None of us can say that, because we've all done bad things. We've all sinned. But you have to, the way you, and it's difficult to understand because, again, we're not perfect, but what you have to understand about God is he is perfect. So for a perfect thing to be in the presence of an imperfect thing, no matter how much they love or think of that thing as wanting it to be, to understand it and to be in its presence, a perfect thing can't have imperfect things in its presence just by its nature. By its nature, it destroys imperfect things. The light always destroys the dark. So even though God loves us, if we were in his presence in an imperfect state, we would be destroyed. We would be annihilated. We would be obliterated, just because not because he's like, I want to do this to you. It's like, because I literally can't be in the presence of something that's imperfect without destroying it.
Yeah,
it's just how it is.
Dims the rules. Yeah, dims the rules.
So
And
it's like, so that's what I mean when I'm talking about even, we won't even have to use Pixel. We could say a gay person who's in a committed relationship and in almost every other aspect of their life. I'm sure they do, you know, little things like lie sometimes, or maybe they stole a freaking candy at some point in their life or whatever.
yeah,
But otherwise, on our scale of living in a sinful world, we're like, they're really not a bad person. They're a good person in our scale. But to God, it's like, to God, unfortunately, it's a whole thing of, again, are you perfect or are you not perfect? If you're not perfect, then I'm sorry, but my perfection is so good that it just destroys you because you're imperfect. He has control over it because he's God, obviously, and that runs into a whole circle of that thing where it's like, well, could God make a boulder that he couldn't lift or something like that because he's perfect and can do anything? It's like, I can't get into that because that's obviously like, it's just, you're never going to have that answer. I'm sorry to tell you. God can give you that answer. I can't. And you would understand it from him because he's God. But what I can tell you is that because he is such a perfect being, if you are imperfect, his perfection will destroy you. And the only way to be accepted as perfect is to be washed clean by Jesus. And there's only been a couple of people in the Bible that were raised to heaven before Jesus. I believe it's Elijah and one other one, Moses maybe, that were allowed into heaven before Jesus. And it wasn't because they were perfect. It was just a decision of God to do that, because I think one of them didn't even die. He was just raised to heaven. So that's a completely different situation. Everybody else in the Bible before Jesus, a lot of people don't know this, were put into like what you might consider a purgatory. If they were following God and doing the sacrifices and stuff like that, and God deemed them to be good enough, where they were good enough to not go to hell, but also not good enough yet to be in heaven. They were put in a different area that was kind of like a waiting room. And then when Jesus came and died, part of him dying and getting the keys of death and destroying death was he went to that waiting room, preached the good word to these people that had passed away beforehand, who didn't know about him, who didn't get to see him, and the ones who accepted him then were raised to heaven because they were washed by his blood, like us who are living now.
Okay, and Yonica said, Elijah. Ooh, I butchered that one. Elijah didn't die, and Moses wasn't buried. Okay.
So there's a couple people in the Old Testament who were just God just raised them to heaven. He just went, okay, you're just coming up. I'm bringing you up.
Ain't that like during the apocalypse as well? When you hear the horns, you just going up, or people just disappear. You know, there's no necessarily death. You just there.
That's debatable. I don't know how the what's it called? It's like from Left Behind, and a couple other people brought up what is it? It's the rapture. I don't know if the rapture is. I don't know if the rapture is actually biblical. That might be Christian fiction. I would have to look into that more. Because it's similar to, again, Dante's Inferno. A lot of people consider like the 9 circles of hell and what he depicted as hell to be what hell is like, but they don't realize that it is Christian fiction, and it is also Dante putting people that he didn't like in hell suffering because he didn't like them. So I don't know about the rapture personally. I would have to do some more research on that. But the ones like Elijah and Moses, Elijah was carried up by a flaming chariot to heaven because God was just like, "You're just gonna come to heaven, man. Like you're coming up. You're not dying. You're coming to heaven." But again, going back to the other thing, even before that, because people were imperfect and Jesus hadn't come yet, God put certain people who were considered good enough but not good enough for heaven into like a side waiting area until Jesus came. And then when Jesus came and died, he went and preached to them like he preached to people on earth. And if people in that waiting room accepted him, then they went to heaven because they had the blood of Christ. And same with the people after that, because Jesus had already passed away and given the blood. So
Yeah.
to wrap that up, to bring it all back to what we were talking about before, with the whole, because you and me agree, I would say just being gay isn't bad enough, in my opinion, to put someone in eternal damnation. But again, to God, to this perfect being that we aren't, that we can't even necessarily conceive of until we're up in heaven, telling him like that is, he would just go, I'm like, basically, I'm sorry to tell you, but my perfection is so perfect that unless you are covered by Christ so that I see you as perfect, I would just destroy you. And it's like, I'm sorry, that's just the way it is. It's not how we work on how we work in this world is not how it works in heaven. And he'd just be like, I love you, but I'm sorry to say that if you're not covered by Jesus's blood, my perfection is just so perfect that it's going to obliterate you at like an atomic level.
Yeah, at least you won't feel it.
That little spot of black on you, that one little candy that you stole. I should bring this up. I should mention there is an age of accountability. So I do believe personally from my biblical study that all kids up until the age of accountability, which is, I believe, is about 13 to 16, all those kids, it's almost an instant, like, even though they sin, they go to heaven because they're kids and they are not accountable. So until you're cognizant and can actually think for yourself and stuff like that, God can, whatever God considers a kid, he goes like, nah, you're a kid, I get it, like you don't have that accountability yet. But once you're at that age of accountability, let's say 16, for example, and you stole a candy bar, immediately God's like, sorry, you have the black mark on you. You're not an imperfect lamb. You're going to get obliterated for that one little black mark because of my perfection, because of the light that exudes from me. It's like, it's so perfect that I'm sorry. Even that little black mark just destroys your whole everything at an atomic level, and it can't be around me. So unfortunately, that's where the hope is that even with that, even with the greater sin so we're going from the candy bar to homosexuality to murder, right? That's where the great hope is that no matter what you do in this life and the consequences in this life, if you do believe in God fully, if you do believe in Christ and believe in his sacrifice and repent of your sins, no matter what it is. And I know that makes people on the other side mad and offended because they go, oh, what? So you're saying that, like Hitler or like people who committed mass genocide could just one day on their deathbed say, I believe in Christ and I repent of my sins, and they would be saved? And I would say, yeah, sorry, them's the breaks, man. Like, that's how it works, is that if you're covered by the blood of Christ, it covers everything. Christ lived perfectly. He covered everything from the little candy bar that can't be around God because any imperfection can't be around God, to the mass genocide murderer. If this is the big if he does actually believe and repent to Christ on his deathbed, then yes, I'm sorry to say it's covered. It sucks. It sucks to us because we don't see that as just, but it's the only way God can see it as just, because he's perfect, and it doesn't matter whether it's little or big, it's a sin to him. And then it also doesn't matter it's little or big, it's also covered by Christ to him. It's just, that's the black and white of it for him. So because essentially that's what me and Ruby came to agree. At the end of the day, them's the rules. You can like it or hate it, all that you want. And I agree with you, because you, Ruby, and I think another person said the same thing. It's like, at the end of the day, like I said, who am I to argue with the higher authority? You know what I'm saying? Because there's so much little I can understand, and because hey, I'm kind of retarded. Yeah.
So,
well, I mean, we all are. We're all. I say that all the time. I'm sinful and retarded too. I may be speaking like I'm super informed. I'm not. I am. I have barely touched like a 1% of what Christ has to teach us, and I'm not and I'm not even a pastor or anything like that. I'm just a layman, as they call it. I'm just out here preaching the good word, all that kind of stuff. The other way I can explain it really quick is that think of it this way. In our world, like I said, this is the closest you'll be to heaven or hell, depending on what you believe in. In this world, we have gray. Like Nanus always says, there's a lot of gray areas here, right?
Mm-hmm.
But in heaven, there is no gray. It's perfect. So if there is no gray in heaven and it's perfect, that's why no matter how little or big the sin is, because it's perfect and there is no gray area, that's why that there's only you're either going to heaven or you're going to hell.
Mm-hmm. That's why it gets white, because there's no room for imperfection, because if there was, imperfection can corrode and corrupt, and that's why it
be
must
heaven. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And that's why no matter how big or how tiny it is, it must get white. And now put it to it like that, that gives me a better understanding. A way better understanding is because like how I argue with Ruby, essentially just those are the rules. Like it or not, those are the rules. But how the way you explain it is like, look, it's imperfection. No matter how you look at it, it's imperfection. There can be no imperfection with perfection. That's what perfection literally means, perfect. So I get it.
And it's not like we are perfect just because, like, it's not to say too, in this world, it's not like I'm perfect just because I'm a Christian or that I follow Christ or that I've been washed over by Christ. Even when I get to heaven, it's not like I'm perfect. Mm-hmm. It's that I'm looked at perfect. Think of it like, and this is very morbid, but think of it as like literally Christ pouring his blood over me, a blanket of his blood over me. I'm not the perfect one. The blood over me is perfect. And so God looks at me and goes, I see you as Jesus. I see you as my son. I don't see you as Dutch being perfect. Mm-hmm. I see my son over you as being perfect. And that's why you're allowed in.
Gotcha. And also with chat.
I see Nika's been chiming in here.
Mm-hmm. Dunny said it isn't straight up racism, also a sin, but people try to ignore it. And when Gabriel trumpet blows the horn, be ready to go, swing down, sweet chariot sounds, let me ride. That's from an ancient black song, so I don't think Spydr would know that. Nope, I wouldn't. And I don't remember the flame chariot throw. Mm-hmm. Up until 13, your sin falls on their father in Judaism. And according to Nux in Judaism, they do believe in a place that makes you ready for heaven. I think that place is purgatory, right?
Well, I think it's so from the Bible, from the Christian Bible, they call it Sheol.
Sheol? Okay.
It's like a S-E-O-L. I don't know how you'd say that in what do Jewish people speak in Israel? I don't know the language. But it's Sheol is what we say in the Bible. If you look in the Old Testament part of the Christian Bible, okay. And that's like because I think before Christ came, I'm not even sure that anyone except like the absolute worst people went to hell and the demons and stuff like that. Yeah. I'd have to look back in the Bible on that one. I think everybody went to Sheol. I think everybody went to Sheol because because God was like, no, everybody gets an equal chance to, when Jesus comes, everybody gets an equal chance to hear him preach the word. Because even the people in Sheol, that doesn't mean everybody in Sheol went to heaven. They could still reject Christ in Sheol and then go to hell at that point. So that's what I'm saying, as in like, I think even some of the worst people in history, even back then, even in the Old Testament, I believe it's the vast majority of them didn't go to hell. They all went to this Sheol place, which was like a purgatory type of place, not to atone for sins, but just as a holding place till Jesus Christ came. And then when Jesus Christ came and died and went to and was in the grave for 3 days, part of him going down and getting the keys to hell and defeating death was also going to this Sheol place, preaching to those people. And then if the people in Sheol accepted him, they got washed by the blood and went to heaven, and the ones that didn't accept him then got filtered out to hell. So
okay, that's cool. That's cool, especially hearing it from that. And Yannicka was he wasn't religious Jews before he converted, so he don't know much. And Hebrew is the language of Jews. It's the Jews, and I think it's also Shoel in Hebrew. Okay. Yeah. Nice.
and that's the fairness for everybody. That's the black and white with God, where it's like he held those people in Sheol for until Jesus Christ came, because they all needed the fairness of being able to get the redemption of Jesus even before he came, right? Like God was like, I can't send you to hell necessarily if Jesus hasn't come yet, because Jesus is going to be the only way, even though I've made allusions to Jesus, even though I've made a like vision of Jesus through the sacrifice of all the sacrifices you have to do when you sin back in the Old Testament. And also it doesn't account for, again, people who haven't heard of Jesus, who in that time, or who weren't Jews in that time, or Israelites in that time. Like someone in freaking the Americas or Asia wouldn't know about God in the structured sense of the Israelites. They would know about God in the sense of like, they can look at the world around them and see that God made it, and that God gives you an inherent feeling of God in you, but they wouldn't have that understanding of like, oh, it's the Israelite God, it's Yahweh, you know what I mean? So
Yahweh,
he accounts for all that. And that's why I say I can't judge who's going to heaven, who's going to hell. I can't judge if Pixel's going to go to heaven or to hell. I can tell you that what the Bible says is that he needs to believe in Christ, and Christ is the only way, the only gate, the only door to God that washes it over you with your blood when you believe in Christ and repent. But I can't judge God. God is the only one who's going to look at what everybody does and go, okay, you're in, you're out, kind of thing. So that's not me. I don't condemn. I'm only telling you what God says through the Bible. So
yeah, no doubt. No, I was asking for like a condemnation of sorry. It's, you know, me understanding and like voicing my concerns of, you know, you have somebody who's an awesome person, live this life righteous. It's just one, and from what you're understanding before you explained you explained it, how it works, how it operates. Me and you both agree that tiny little sin shouldn't doomed you to eternity, but from what you're saying and what you explained is like, I'm perfect. I can't allow for imperfection to be within my realm, within my world. And no matter how big and how tiny it is, just because that imperfection, it can't be there. Dims the rules. I'm not doing it out of, it's nothing personal. It's business in a sense.
Well, it's the rule of light and dark. He still loves us immensely, and that's why he sent Jesus. And bro, God manifested himself as a man, his son, the Trinity. He sent his son, and he allowed him, he let him live a perfect life, and then allowed him to die for us. Like, it's a lot of people say that, and all you have to do is believe and repent. And obviously with repentance comes loving Christ. And then Christ says, if you love me, you'll do good works. And also later in the apostles, it says faith without works is dead. But it doesn't save you. Works don't save you. The only thing that saves you is Jesus. So think about how easy God made it for us. Like, that's the thing with what that people aren't looking at too, when they think that they're like, oh, I wouldn't send people to hell for being gay. I wouldn't send people to hell for stealing a candy bar. I wouldn't send people to hell for, I don't know, making a little white lie or something like that, or cussing. I wouldn't send people to hell for cussing. For using God's name in vain on accident, just accidentally say. Even I do it when I'm on the street and I see people driving stupid. I'll say Jesus, and then I'll catch myself because I see that I'm saying it, because so many people say it online, it's rubbed off on me. I'll catch myself saying it in a bad way, and then I go, help us, because I'm like, that's what I need right now. I need help. I don't want to say it in a bad way. But think about it. So on the reverse end of thinking of it in like, I don't want my friend to go, I don't think my friend deserves to go to hell because of this one little thing that he does. Think of it on the reverse end too, where it's like, yeah, but how easy did God make it for us to go to heaven? The Israelites back in the day had to do a bunch of steps to cleanse themselves of their sins, including sacrificing animals, sacrificing money, sacrificing all these things. God made it so simple for us in that all we have to do, literally all we have to do, is go, I believe in Jesus Christ. He saved me. He covers me. He makes me look as if I'm perfect to God. I repent of my sins. I want to turn of my sins. I want to go away from my sins. And then that's it. That's all. Like, that's all you have to do for God to go, even on your deathbed, even if you've lived your whole life and it's the last moments of your life, you go, you do all that, not by your own power, by Jesus, obviously giving the glory to Jesus. You're not taking any of it on. It's not what you do. It's what he did. Just by doing that, easy. That's the easiest thing. And you're just believing, and it's super difficult for people. I get that that's a super difficult thing, but I'm saying I shouldn't say easy. It's simple. You know what I mean? It's such a simple thing. God gave us such a simple road to heaven that it's like, why wouldn't you take it? But I also understand why it's hard for people to understand. Thanks, Yunuka, for the kicks, by the way.
Thank you, Yunuka.
I understand why it's difficult for people, especially in this world, especially with, again, how we've been talking for an hour that I've had to kind of like go into the intricacies of all this stuff. But it's really simple when you think about it. You're like, oh yeah, I do have all these issues with it. Like, I wouldn't put a person in hell for being gay, but at the same time you go, but wait, it's super simple to just avoid that by going, I believe in Christ. I believe in his work on the cross. I repent of my sins. I want to, the best example of this, so I can end it. Look at the thief / murderer on the cross next to Jesus, the two people next to Jesus. The one was like, why don't you save us? Why don't you, it's that asking the question of God, like what you're asking of God right now, of like, why doesn't Pixel get to be in heaven just because he's gay and doesn't believe in, and is a pagan and doesn't believe in the Christian God? That's what the guy on one side of the cross was asking Jesus. He's like, you're the Son of God. Why don't you save us? You can call down a legion, thousands of angels to come and save you and kill the people around us if you really want to. And the other guy on the cross goes, dude, like, can't you be humble for even 1 second? Both of these guys deserve to be on that cross, by the way, by the legal standards of that time period. Not Jesus, but the other two guys. The other guy on the other side of the cross was like, can't you be humble even for a second? This is the Son of God. This is a perfect man who doesn't deserve to be up here with us, and he is up here with us. And then he said to Christ, all he said was, please. He didn't even get baptized. He didn't take communion. He didn't get the oil anointing. He didn't get any of that stuff. All he said to Christ was, please don't forget me when you're in your kingdom. And God said, I tell you, this day you will be with me in paradise. Jesus said that to him. So think about how easy that was. He was on the thief on the cross was literally, a few hours away from death. And all he did was be like, he saw Jesus for who he was. He saw his perfection and was humbled to the point where he said, I can't do it myself. I need you to do it for me. Please don't forget me when you get to heaven. And Jesus said, you will be with me in paradise today. That's it. That's all.
He took accountability.
Not easy, but simple. You know what I mean? Not easy, but simple. So
because that was going to be my comeback to you when you said on the deathbed. Because you remember when I spoken earlier when I said when you repent and you take accountability and you do not repeat those same mistakes, those same actions or those same sins that got you into the predicament that you're in. How then can you prove yourself worthy and prove that you're actually in repentance if you're on your deathbed and it's like So I guess that's pretty much what it is. You really humble yourself, and you actually, you're not just saying it just, oh yeah, let me say it, it's just so I can get into heaven. No, it's you're actually accepting accountability, and you're actually asking Jesus Christ to help and save you. And okay, I can see that.
It's intention, and it's the matter of the heart. Because again, we live in a sinful gray world where we do have to have those levels of sin, but God, again, it's the black and white thing, right? So God can only look at the heart and the intention of the person. It's not like he's going to put it at different levels. Now, there is something to be said in the Bible where it's like, if you the good works that you do, you are storing up treasure in heaven. There is also something of I haven't got there in the Bible yet, but where God, I guess, says that there's different levels of people in heaven, as in like there will be people who have like leadership roles in heaven, or people who are like kings, governors, all that kind of stuff in heaven, and then people who are just the normal people doing stuff in heaven because of the works they did on earth, because of what God provided them to do on earth. But again, it's the intention, and the intention that God looks for isn't you trying to get those treasures in heaven, because he'll see right through that. He'd be like, oh, okay, so you were just trying to do these good things because you wanted a bunch of stuff in heaven, right? Mm-hmm. But he also understands that, again, without reward, he understands human beings, and without reward, it's like we can get easily dismayed without reward. So it's like, obviously there's rewards for it, but that's not why you do it. The reason you do good works, the reason you follow God, all that kind of stuff, if you have the time, if you are still alive, is because of the love of Jesus, because of what he's done for you, to better glorify God, to spread Jesus to other people. It's not for you. And as far as like people on their deathbed, it's about intention. It's like because you think about it in that way, is like, you could have been a genocidal maniac your whole life, but then you have on your deathbed, you have the light of God, and he comes to you and says like, hey, turn and repent. And you just have that instant moment change where you're like, it's a click, you know what I mean? And you go, oh shit, I've been doing this bad stuff my whole life. Yes, God, I repent. I'm sorry. I believe in Jesus. I need Jesus to save me. Please come save me, Jesus. My heart is completely changed, and my mind is, I want to go in that different direction, even though I only have this short time left. And God sees that and goes, all right, well, that's the fairness of it. That's the black and white of it,
Yep.
So.
Okay. No, and thank you, because I know you, like you say, you spent the last hour, 30 minutes explaining that. That's how complicated, it can be, and thank you for doing that, because, you have people that can't explain it, or they kind of shun your way because it's like, it's God's law. It's like, you shouldn't question it. And thank you for actually saying, okay, look, let me go ahead and try to break it down in the best way I can break it down. And, thank you for that, because I've asked many, even before I met Pixel and Ty, I've asked that question many a times to other Christians and stuff, saying, okay, well, if this person is gay or this person is that, and that's their only sin, why is that? And I've had many people either can answer it or they wouldn't take the time to answer it. And like I said, me and Ruby, even though he pretty much said the same thing you did, you just went more of a breakdown. He pretty much, said the same thing. It was like, hey man, I'm sorry, them's are the rules. That's what our God has demanded. Demanded as such. And it was like, I can't argue with God. I can't argue with the higher authority, because at any moment, God can snap his fingers, whatever he may be. It can snap his fingers and I'm just dead. So who am I to argue that? That's the power this being have. So
that is what it really. I mean, if people are genuinely asking, like you have, the explanation can be good. If you're genuinely searching for God, if you're genuinely trying to understand, you will never understand fully. But like, that's why I explain it to you. But it really does come down to, at the end of the day, like, there is some people where it's like you've explained it as best as you can as a sinful person, and then you just go and they still don't get it, or they still don't even want to understand it. They're still just trying to bring up other, options, other excuses, even though you've given them everything you can. And that's why I said you should look at it on the other side of it, where it's like, yes, why is it that it's so simple for even Pixel or other people, even someone lesser who just stole a candy bar, why is it so easy for them to go to hell? But then I also challenge you to think of it in the other way, where it's like, but then think of it in the way of like, but why is it also so simple to go to heaven? Just as simple as it is to go to hell, it is also simple to get into heaven. At some point, people keep asking you, and then you go, yeah, it is difficult, because you go, dude, I'm a sinful human. I've only been trying to study Christianity in a very limited capacity with a very limited amount of time that I have. As you know, I'm super busy.
Yeah.
I only have that amount of time. It's like, so you come down to it at some point and you just go, dude, I don't have all the answers. I'm not God. God has all the answers. And even if he told you, I'm sorry to tell you that either you may not accept it because of your own pride, or you may not be able to even understand it. And I always go back to the story of Job, who, if you don't know, just a simple recap, he believed in God immensely and was blessed immensely by God. He had a huge family, he had a huge farm, blah blah blah. He had everything anybody could want as a normal person, not like a king or whatever, you know, thirsting after power and money. But he had everything that he needed, everything, he was taken care of, and God loved him well, and he was a man after God's heart. Satan came to God and said, hey, this guy only loves you so much because you've blessed him so much. Let me take away these blessings, and he'll surely deny you. And long story short, God allowed Satan to take everything away from Job, even to the point of killing his wife, killing his kids, all that kind of stuff, making him a diseased beggar in the streets. And Job didn't deny Christ until he was talking to his friends, and his friends were like, you must have sinned or something, that's why God's punishing you. And Job was like, no, I didn't, I haven't denied God at all. And he called God, he was like, or he prayed to God, he was like yelling, he was like, God, why have you forsaken me? Why are you doing these things to me? I've been such a good servant of you. Why did you take all these blessings away from me? Still not denying God, by the way. And God did come to him. I'm not going to say this is going to happen for everybody, by the way. I don't think it'll happen for almost anyone, but God did come to Job and said, Job, do you even know a 1%, a 0.001% of everything that I'm doing, of my plan for the universe, of my plan for this world? And he showed Job like the tiniest speck, a speck of sand of what God was doing in the universe. He showed Job, and that made Job, all Job could do after that, seeing what God was doing with a tiny speck of sand of what God is doing, Job just cried, wept, and was humble and said, you're right, God, I don't know. I can't even comprehend a modicum of a little tiny piece of everything that you're doing. And it's like, so at some point I can explain to you or other people as much as I understand, till I'm out of breath, till my voice is gone. But at some point it really does come down to telling them like, hey man, I don't have all the answers. And at some point you're just going to have to either accept or not accept that this is how God planned things, how God designed things. You take it or leave it, man. Like I can explain to you forever.
Or seek out the information yourself. Go out and do research, and because maybe I can't, maybe my ways ain't the best way, and maybe you find it elsewhere. Like I said with you explained it, in my opinion, the best way out of all the people that I've talked to. Like I still sought out that question, and I still and I see I got the answers, and don't get me wrong, I accepted the answers. It's just I was at one point still confused on like, okay, why is that? And your explanation of it was perfect. It's like, look, it's a perfect being, can allow for imperfection, and no matter how big or small. And unfortunately, this action counts as an imperfection, so it has to be snuffed. Not because I am angry at you, not because I hate you. It's just those are the rules that I've set and I am bound to. And I'm like, okay, yeah, that's fair. It's, like you said, it's black. With us, there's gray. With him, it's black and white.
Yeah, and that's just, at the end of the day, that's just, it's hard for a lot of, and that's where the hard part comes in. Like I said, it's simple to get to heaven, but the hard part comes in for us being imperfect, gray, beings, that it does come in difficult, where it's like, oh yeah, I can't understand everything, and God operates on a completely different He's in a
Scale.
completely different dimension, so to speak, because that's the only word we really have for it. A completely different dimension than us that operates on different rules, and he can reach down into our dimension and interact with our dimension, but we can't get to his without abiding by his rules, which is the simple rule of if you accept Jesus Christ as your Lord and Savior and repent, not by your own glory of works, but by his, that's the only way. And that's what he determined. That's what God determined. He's a higher level being. I can't go any further than that because I would, if I tried to get into that amount of understanding, I feel like my brain would explode after that point. So.
Oh yeah. But thank you so much, and kind of move on from that. We are running up on 3 hours. You think you're good for another hour, or do you want to end it right here?
I told the Duchess we would either be ending around 12 to 1, so we can go. The 1 is the max. 1 p.m. Pacific Standard Time is the max. Another hour, I guess.
Bet. So let's go ahead and do something fun. But right quick, if you need to take a break right quick, because I do need to bleed the lizard. So if you want to, you can take a quick break, and then we can restart and do a reaction or two. And because I know we talked about games and stuff like that, and or there's some videos that let me see if it even comes on my homepage.
You can. I mean, there's other serious stuff too. I have all my stuff saved in Friday Night Flame War if you need anything. So I had some stuff come up this weekend. So
we have the Tyrone Magnus reacting to the sick mind of EDP 445. That seems like that's gonna be something fun. Fun in the sense of what the fuck. But all right, I'll be right back. I gotta bleed the lizard, and I'll be right back.
Before we go to, let's mention. So, well, if he's gone, I'll say it for Spider. Remember that you guys can always go. Also, since he's bleeding the lizard, so to speak, he is going to have to hydrate, and you can rehydrate with Poggers. That's poggers.shop for all your hydration, energy, gaming needs. Not like pre-workout or anything like that, but it's a good little flavor in your water. Or it's a good little energy boost when you're gaming. That's poggers.shop for him. It's code Spydr-Bro. For me, it's code Lionheart. And Spider also has, he's also hooked up with the T-Man. He's got Dragon's Treasure. Also Spydr-Bro. I don't know how much the percentage is off that one. So we'll be right back after we both take a little potty break.
All right, I'm back. And thank you for the ad read. I caught it at the last moment. Holy crap. He switched again. That is cool. All right, so while we're waiting on him, and he actually made himself a little smaller. Let me boom, put that way we can turn on. Okay, let's go ahead and turn off the music. And actually, while we were waiting, I could keep the music going. That way we can bring it up, and I'll share it with him. Share the screen. That way he can see that, and put it up on the display. Boom. Oh shoot, that's actually perfect. Well, how's everybody doing today? How's the Yap session going so far? Everybody like what we talking about? Nice. Shooting lightning. Thank you, Juno. Thank you, Ben. Thank you, Yannicka. Thank you. That's what I love these streams for. Just for people that come in, have time. I say have time, have fun, talk about whatever. I pretty much talk about almost everything. Christianity, politics, video games, and that's pretty much what I like. Just like to just have a conversation. I kind of want to be like the Joe Rogan, but on a smaller level. I don't want to be as big as him, cause, whoo. But I pretty much want to bring the same platform, as in let's come in, let's just yap. Is helping your hangover? Oh no, as in oh no, you had a good time, and oh no, the hangover. oh no. Thankfully we're helping with that. What is it? With my hangovers, I usually drink coffee, or I brought like the electrolyte thing. I'm pretty sure. I think that's what it's called. It's something. I know you can get it at at a gas station or at a gas station or Walmart. It really helps with your electrolytes. Bring those back in. You got y'all in the podcast mode.
Okay.
Nice. Welcome back.
I am back.
What's up? Oh crap! Your model has switched.
Yeah, that's the mute one.
Oh, that's cool. All right,
I know it's a completely different thing, but whatever. Why am I looking at your figurine collection?
Well, actually, this is not my figurine collection. This is Tyrone Magnus. Pretty much, he's reacting to. There's going to be a documentary. Somebody actually did a documentation with EDP 445, and I don't know if you remember him, but that was still one of the, at the time, a big YouTuber who got busted for trying to meet up with a minor, and his excuse was he was trying to get a cupcake, and and of course he admitted this wasn't the first time he has done this. Is one of many of times, and this time he got caught, and then again after. I wouldn't say people forgave him. More people let up because dude was so abhorrent about it. People stayed on his bumper for years. Like he lost his job. I mean, of course, YouTube took away his channel. He tried to Uber. People called Uber. He tried to stay in motels. People called them motels. Dumbass tried to go and work at Chuck E. Cheese, and that's the last place you want a pedophile. That's the last place. So he got his channel back. I think he's got his own little corner, but yeah, somebody reached out to him and made a documentary on it, and this is pretty much we're watching the reaction of Tyrone Magnus. He's gonna do a reaction to this to the trailer of the documentary. So you're gonna wait. It was nice to see you guys later. Okay, thank you for coming in, Yannicka. Have a good day, brother.
Thanks, Yanuka. Yeah, good to see you, man.
Heck yeah.
Thanks for the insight too. Thanks for the insight on the from a Israeli part, a Hebrew part. Even though you have little understanding, it was appreciated to have that insight.
Yeah, it's always good to get different perspectives and different angles from on the topic. So thank you as well.
Also, right. Hi Bat Derp, good to see that you've been off. You said you haven't drank in a couple months, in a month or two. What? Good to see you, man. Glad that's going on for you. Still need to catch up with you, dude, and I hope that everything's been going well. That you got a spot, all that good stuff.
Oh yeah, definitely. All right, so let's see what's going on with this.
All right. Y'all keep asking for it. Y'all want this reaction? All right. Let's check this out. The documentary of EDP.
Even though, I do have a Dragon Ball Z figurine, so I have a couple of them that Tyrone has. So when you said that, I was like, damn.
EP 445. And when you talk about shocked that
Venom shirt kind of goes hard.
Getting a documentary.
It does.
I did not know that.
I kind of want it, and then cut off the sleeves for the gym.
See, and those are my type of shirts too. Is this guy black or is he? No, he's a black guy. He's not a ninja. And welcome in, Jigs.
Hey,
Welcome
Jigs, good
in.
to see ya.
This is wild.
Now we are going to talk about a nigga, which is EDP 445. But yeah, so no, this guy's a black guy, but we are going to be discussing a nigga.
Oh, let's check this out.
Neighbor.
Neighbor.
A fine neighbor, yes.
A fine specimen of neighbors.
I have it right here. I know the answer, but I just need you to tell me the answer. How old is she?
I don't even know if you call EDP a neighbor, my dude. Like,
Oh,
I think he's on a different level.
oh yeah, no, that guy. I can't say it. But yeah.
And you said correct. Okay, all right. Again, so what brings you out here today? Well, I was actually coming out here to pick up a cupcake. This is the story of EDP 445.
Let's go. He got an apartment. Hang on, we gotta
nice.
we gotta celebrate this short. Not a short, but it is a very it's a victory. I didn't mean to say it was short, but it's a W. Where is it? Where is it? We gotta. Here we go. Let me find that. We have to celebrate that because that's one hell of W. So my boy Bat Dirt got him an apartment. Let's fucking go.
Yeah.
Good shit, brother. Good shit. Stay on your grind. Keep winning.
Dude, Bat Derp, I gotta say, I had talked to him in DMs, and I remember the start of his whole season that he's in right now. Dude, I'm so glad for you. I pray God continues to help you and keeps you roof over your head and all that good stuff, and even more. I hope he gives you more than that. And I'm proud that you're finally into something, man. It really, I'm glad. It's I know it's been a long road, but you stuck it out. I'm glad you're in it now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, man. It's nothing better than having your own roof over your head, man. It's a great, awesome feeling, and that's a lot to accomplish, brother. So keep doing your thing, and like Dutch says, hope and pray that God stays above you and keep the blessings coming. And yeah, man, you earned that liquor. You earned it, brother. All right, now we go back to hell.
To that place.
No, Jigs, I don't think he has, which is impressive with his size.
And the doctors and technology, because at one point something was failing on him, and that's the second time he got caught with Judeon and Skeeter, cousin Skeeter. That's the second time he got caught with another one. So yeah.
Viewer discretion is advised. This is due to.
I was about to say, how do you do it again after you get caught so bad the first time? But one, these people aren't the brightest, and two, with this kind of thing, it always seems like the criminal always returns to the scene of the crime, so to speak.
Yeah, essentially, because you would think, I mean, you're not in jail. I mean, you're publicly shamed and you're publicly outed, but you didn't suffer the worst of it, which is also being locked up behind bars. Or if it was my way, he wouldn't fit in the wood chipper, so it would be concrete shoes in the middle of the Pacific Ocean. I'm just saying.
For legal reasons, that's a joke.
For legal reasons, it's a joke.
Allegedly.
Mm-hmm. So it's like you would think one would stop, but with some of these people, it's often said that once they finally get caught, it's not the first time. It's like the second, third, or maybe fifth time this has happened, and he got away with it. So it's like, let me try to better cover my tracks, and which that failed to happen as well. So I don't know. Like I said, me, concrete shoes. It's like Kingpin from Spider-Man, but without kids. Oh no. For legal reasons, see.
Hey. He goes,
Thank-
yeah, let's not disrespect Kingpin, all right? Kingpin was a cool villain. Kingpin wouldn't be into that kind of stuff, I don't think. Kingpin had bigger fish to fry.
He had standards and he had class on his villainy, okay? And I know for legal reasons he should, but YouTube and Twitch wouldn't like us saying that. So unfortunately, I can't say it. And
maybe we shouldn't say for legal reasons. Maybe we should say for TOS reasons.
For TOS reasons, we can't.
This is a joke.
All right, let's go.
This is like Netflix.
He sent me videos of him.
I would say EDP is completely innocent.
So what advice would I give to EDP 445? You need to stop doing this documentary.
Not because of good reasons, and reason why it's muted so many times, that's Tyrone Magnus muting it, because YouTube, when it comes to situations like this, even though this is a trailer for YouTube doing a reaction to it, YouTube will flag the hell out of it. So this is why it's muted as many times, is because when Tyrone tried to repost it, YouTube kept flagging it and saying like, hey, we don't like this, we don't like this, we don't like this, we don't like this. So that's why it's muted in a lot of areas.
Got it.
Mm-hmm.
Why do you think you wanted to have?
I mean, the reason why I wanted to have.
And he asked him a question why he wanted to have, relations with somebody who's underage, and I think he just outright just said it. Like, I think I seen this from somebody else's channel, and I think he actually just outright said it, like, because I wanted to. So allegedly. And short, YouTube is being Dung Lemon as often. Yes, YouTube is being very lame and Dung Lemon.
This is why Kick is. This is why I prefer Kick even without the. I get the gambling thing, but still, Kick is probably the best streaming site right now.
And I need to listen to Lord Restworth and start posting my content on Rumble, because there might be a chance YouTube might bring down the hammer on me, and there goes all my content. So I do need to start transferring everything to Rumble as well.
Yeah,
so.
Backups to Rumble is definitely the way to go.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, well, he was talking to. None of you can break my ass because I'm still standing.
And to still have that attitude, this is why I'm like, all right, let's just pick his big ass up, give him some nice concrete shoes, give him them concrete 11s, and take him on a nice vacation in the middle of the Pacific Ocean. That way he can see the sharks.
I was gonna say, just like what Jig said, he's using the word standing loosely. I don't think he's standing very much.
Oh yeah, no. Those
even before
chairs,
he wasn't really standing.
Yeah, those legs is doing a whole lot of carrying and standing for him. I'm talking about the legs of the chair. But yeah, see, for him to still have that attitude, this is why I believe some people you just got we got to introduce them to Chip and Chipper, or like I said, give them concrete 11s, and take a nice vacation in the middle of the Pacific Ocean, and give a nice tour of sharks, But hey,
Hippa Chippa.
Mm-hmm.
Hippa Chippa.
Chicken Chipper.
Okay, there's a lot to unpack in this. So, apparently he was approached for this.
Bruh.
And
Yup.
most likely paid.
Yeah.
Or maybe not paid. Maybe it was just like...
He was probably paid.
Yeah, he was paid.
It's like Boogie.
Told
A similar thing was done with Boogie.
Mm-hmm.
I'm looking at the production. The production is as good as you would professionally see in any documentary.
Yeah, I can't say that. It is really good editing.
Yeah.
Like the best top tier, like that's where it's at. Like, wow. So there's a production. There's what you hear him admitting to in this. You know, I heard someone else talking about it, and they were like, they didn't know if he was being sarcastic or not with the lines that
that's
they
a serious
clipped into
face.
this or not. But he actually posed like it's a documentary, but they had him in, you know, the prison outfit. They had him behind bars. They had him in all that stuff. Posed for all of that. It looks like
Hey,
they
Donnie.
have the dramatizations.
Welcome
Looks
back.
Like they had a kid dressed.
And welcome back to hell. Sorry, well, you missed the good part. So light hell, but
Like him as an Eagles fan. Wow. I this is one of those things where I'm like, look, if you take it at face value, everything he's admitting there, and I have heard that the documentary is horrifying. I've heard that the documentary is actually horrifying. Like it's not like you think it's gonna be bad. It's much worse than what you think. And there's a uncut version that some have seen that they say it's ludicrous. You know, so I don't know. Like with the lawyer talking, I was like, yeah. I don't know why he's doing the. Maybe he needed the money. I don't know what, but yo, the entire internet has been destroying this dude ever since he got caught. And it's, yo, wild.
Oh, welcome in, carry on. And it's all good, brother. It's all good. Notifications to be tripping.
Instagram phone call, and he was always cool, always cordial. Actually, didn't cuss a lot. Always very nice. Seemed like a cool guy, and that's the wild stuff. Is, you know, you see that on the news, though, right? You know, you'll see it on the news. You know, it's like it's a nice neighbor that's been to everybody's cookout and everybody loves him and he's got a little dog, and then you find out some insane, and they're always like, you never would have thought he was such a nice guy. Mm-hmm. Well, I will check it out when it comes out, and yeah, the link will be below. So
it's about the doc about
the channel, and yeah, apparently.
Nah, this is about EDP 445
2988 documentary. I'll have to check that out. I heard that was pretty good. This is wild. You understand? Like we came up as YouTubers together. Like just certain people on YouTube right now that I was small when they were small, you know, and used to see us, see his videos, thought he was hilarious. I'll never forget he did a video, something about he didn't have a job. And I think I did a video on, other jobs he could probably get, things he could look into. And he thanked me for that and stuff like that. And so, we would watch each other's videos. And sometimes I'd see his comment from time to time. And I don't know who blew up first. I think I may have. But then after that, he was big. I think he got bigger than my channel. It's huge, man. He had a talk, and he was telling me like how much he was pulling. Cause he mainly made his money on Cameo. And I was like, why Cameo? And he was like, because I cuss too much on YouTube, so they demonetize everything. I was like, oh yeah. I was like, I just didn't think about that. He was killing it on Cameo. Listen, I had Cameo a while ago, and I pretty much abandoned it. I wasn't doing nothing on there. It was totally reversed. Mine was like the normal way. I make my money through YouTube.
What did EDP
Like-
get big for before he went through this whole thing?
Just his attitude and how the way he'll talk and tell stories. Like he cuss a lot and mainly just being an entertainer. Just talking shit about how he's playing certain scenarios and crap like that. That's from what, because I didn't hear about him until the whole meeting up with a minor thing for the cupcake. That's when
same. I didn't know about him either. I thought he was much smaller. The only thing I really knew was that he was an Eagles fan, and that I saw how he did his videos, and they were very just like, which I get that you don't need like great production value or anything like that, but it was literally just him talking to a webcam in like his bedroom, and that was it. And it wasn't even like structured. It was just kind of like a whatever he was talking about that day, and it always surprises me that people like that, and I'm not even talking about like the whole PDF thing, but just in general, how people like that can get so big. I don't understand it, because the people like you and me, I feel like we're trying to like have structure in our videos and have like, we're like, oh, we got to think of topics and we got to think of cool ways to make our backgrounds and stuff look cooler, so people are more entertained by what we're doing. And even though I feel like both of us, voice wise, like our characters and stuff like that, I feel like we do have entertaining characters, and I think that's seen by that we do have we don't have I wouldn't say we're like the absolute small fry, not getting anybody watching us. We're not big by any means. We're not even a middle like a medium sized fish, but we have people who come in and hang out and enjoy, think that we're entertaining. I've had people say that we're entertaining kind of thing. But it's like those people like EDP, I look at his stuff, it's like Pokimane. Like I look at Pokimane stuff and I'm like, why do people watch this? What is entertaining about it? Yeah, that's what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, no, that's fair. So it just luck at the time, and then back then, YouTube had less restrictions than they do now, because it's an oversaturated platform. So now, back then, you didn't have to work against the algorithm like you have to work against now. And then with Pokimane, it's just she's hot. But she's losing her followers now and stuff like that, so that's why she's having her crash outs and all that stuff. But when it comes to like EDP 445, is he had a personality. He talked a lot of shit and said stuff that typically people wouldn't say. So at that time, that's what got the massive audience. I did say this Spydr stream last night, but both you and Dutch have inspired me to make my own internet persona. Not for streaming or anything like that, just a nice character to look at. Oh, thank you, man. Thank you.
Who's that?
It's Dunny.
Oh, Donnie. Okay, yeah, for sure, man.
Thank you. And you never know, man. I say give streaming a try. You never know what road it leads down, I never thought I'd be a streamer. I just thought I was going to be a YouTuber, So, but I'm here and I'm enjoying it. I love it. It's fun interacting with people in real time. Watching people play games with me, people trolling me while I'm playing games. It's fun. But to go back to Dutch's, original statement, I don't know. It's like sometimes pieces of shit just wins. Good people get held back, and then. Same
As the Bible would say, the sun shines on the righteous and the evil equally, unfortunately, in this world. But no, yeah, that's it. I think it's weirded out to me, not because we do work on our pages and don't get anything, because everybody does work on their pages and maybe doesn't get stuff. But it's more so it's the mix of like, I guess maybe just because it's not entertaining to me. It's same like the Pokimane thing I get. Like I understand that she's hot, and then just hot women are always there. Not even hot women, even mid women. Because I wouldn't even put Pokimane on like a top tier. She's not like a 10 in my opinion. But like even mid women will just get stuff handed to them a lot of the time. And they just have to be cute and like kind of funny, maybe a little bit goofy. But but so for a guy who's both fat and like doesn't have any production value in his stuff, it's just always very, interesting for me that they can make a living off of it. Even before he was a lolcow for the PDF thing, like you get, like I can understand again why someone like DSP can make somewhat of a living off of his stuff because he's a lolcow, right? So he's good for a negative, like he gets money for a negative reason, but it's like for someone to be looked at positively and get money off of it without any production value and being a fat, like unattractive guy, it just maybe it doesn't make sense to me because his content, I was like, I don't find any entertainment value out of it, so it's hard for me to understand why other people find entertainment value out of it.
Yeah, it's one of them things you hit or miss. You're either you're a hit or you miss, or you one person who has to put your face to the grindstone, like Kirsche, Kirsche. Yeah, I love saying her name, either Kirsche or Kirsche. She was doing this thing for 6 years, and then she finally popped off within the last 2 years. You know, sometimes people just take off instantly, and then sometimes it's a grind until that you get that one video, you get that one show, you get that one person that says, "Hey, I like you." You know, who else? It was somebody within 6 months. I think Celeste, Celestium. She just started, and now she's up there at the top. You know, Banana Juju. She struggled a lot, and now she's finally at the at the top. So it's one of those people to where, you know, some people they just take off instantly, and then some people it's a struggle, and then some people they never make it at all. You know, it's one of those type of categories.
Yeah, yeah. Even Rex. I mean, Rex is like he's got the freaking radio voice and British, and yeah, he's not, again, it's kind of like us. He's not small time or anything like that, but he just got that side scrollers hit up. So hopefully hey man, all my best to Rex, dude. He's I love dropping in when I can, especially when he's talking about Japanese stuff. I really need to get him on to just yap about some Japanese stuff.
Oh yeah, that would be a fun conversation to have. And Rex, I know he's always up for it. So yeah, just reach out to him. I know he does have a busy schedule, so it might be some time, but all you gotta do is just reach out to him. He'll be down. You know, like he loves.
But
he
if
loves
anybody, I'm just saying. But if anybody, like he's one of the examples where I'd be like,
oh
how
yeah,
is he not getting big with that voice, man? Like that voice is radio British voice, crazy.
Because every time he speaks and every time he goes to the show, people fall in love instantly. Like Craig fell in love instantly with his voice, and it was like, holy shit. So
he needs to, we need to get him and some other people to do a radio show like how they used to do back in the day, like a radio murder mystery kind of show. He'd be a great narrator for that.
That is a good idea. Yeah, that is a great idea. Let's try that. Yeah. Heck yeah. I'm seeing that. That would be fun. I'm sorry. I'm
back
stoned.
To back to EDP.
Well, I was making,
or not. I don't know.
Through YouTube is what he was making on Cameo, and vice versa. It was like, oh man. So that's just so wild, man. That but you see stories like that, people kind of, come up in the industry and they together and kind of go two different directions, so this is going to be interesting. But from what I've heard, the documentary is so damning that you question why he did do it. But if it truly is really damning like that, then maybe he wanted to totally get it all off his chest.
Yeah.
And I've heard some people say, like, after admitting all this stuff in the documentary, it's like he could get arrested. Maybe he totally wants to pay for his crimes. So you ever see, listen, I watch some of those, the crime dramas and the documentaries and First 48s and all those types of shows. They tell you a lot of times certain people that are involved in criminal activity, they want to get caught. They want to get caught.
Yeah, because they go back to the crime scene and stuff. I thought he was gonna speak more about that. I guess not. Let's see. What the hell is that? Okay. Okay, let's go over
Yeah,
this.
what do you got?
The shoe on head. Oh wait, what's up? Unlike
I said, what do
Kirsch's,
you got? What do you got?
I think this right here, because I think if we try to do anything else, it'd probably go over the time, especially because we both like to yap. So I think this will be a good one for Craig's.
Here. What is it? What is it? The shoe on head. Didn't you already react to shoe on head? The shoe on head video?
Yeah, I did.
Here, I got. Let me look at what we got here.
Yeah.
Do you want like serious, or do you want like funny, serious?
Let's do funny, serious. Get a couple of laughs.
Okay, here I got two for you. I got two because I keep a lot of articles that I can't even work through all of them on my show. Obviously, dude, Friday Night Flame Wars is like 4 hours max, and we end up on one video for like an hour, like how Nanus freaking does it, because I just get yapping with the chat. Shout out my chat. Shout out the Doom Trooper / Chads. But still, so here's one. This is the Punisher guy, which is it really sucks when the actors be saying like they're in a show or something, and you're like, oh, the show is based. This is really cool, and then you see the actors actually talking, and you're like, man, this dude is so lame.
Mm-hmm. All right, let me bring it over, and let's reshare the screen. All right. Oh, what the hell? I thought Okay, here we go. So let's reshare this one. Oh, okay. Did it switch to did it switch to the right one, Dutch?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
My dog.
So, John Bennerthal says fear of pit bulls is dog racist. What the fuck? Oh Lord. And compares it to judging people by their race or sexual orientation. My dogs are the greatest. People have got to stop that. Pit bulls don't attack. It's just racism. It's dog racism. To be afraid of a breed of a dog that is completely ridiculous. It's like being afraid of somebody for their race or sexual orientation. If a pit bull bites you, it's going to suck. But they are no more likely to bite you than a Chihuahua or any other breed of dog, which I can agree with the bottom part. Pit bulls are known to be quick to action. And don't get me wrong, I love Lola to death. She's my brother's dog, and she wouldn't hurt a soul. Unfortunately, we had too many breeds that, attacked. We had too many pit bulls that attack on sight. So I don't know why he's trying to link this to racism or anything, but
Are the greatest, and they're
so the myth of the pit bull is a lot of bullshit.
People got to stop that shit.
They got to stop.
People got to stop that.
Pit bulls don't attack.
No,
and,
man.
Yeah.
It's just racism. It's just dog racism. You know,
Right.
I think to be afraid of a breed of dog is completely ridiculous. It's like being afraid of somebody for their race or their sexual orientation. It's completely ridiculous. And I think if you see somebody. Look, if a pit bull bites you, it's gonna suck. You know what I mean? But they're no more likely to bite you than a Chihuahua or any other breed of dog. And
it probably has more to do with who owns.
No, they're more likely to bite you than a Chihuahua. Like, no, they're more likely to bite you.
Well, but even then, like, it's like, if we want to just take it off of here, it's like, yeah, you could say they're no more likely to bite you than a Chihuahua, but a Chihuahua doesn't have the bite force to almost even break the skin. And on top of that, they're not like, I've seen people who have pit bulls that have bitten them, and it's like, bro, you are not getting the pit bull off of your arm unless you like do something short of killing it, for lack of a better word. It's like, bro, no, or I've also seen, the only other thing I've seen is the stick the finger up the butt method, if you've heard of that. But
yeah, give it a what is it, the whole cancer test to see if it's give the good
so
old
it's
probing.
like, no, like you can say that, maybe Chihuahuas, untrained Chihuahuas will bite you just as much, if not more, than a pit bull, but I'm not gonna look. I could just punt a Chihuahua across the floor. A pit bull, I'm gonna be on the ground and it's gonna be tearing my arm out of the socket. It's a completely different situation, man.
Yeah, because those things, they lock in too. Like those jaws lock. So yeah, you're not getting away from that. A pit bull, if they bite you, it's GG's for whatever they got bitten.
Owns them and how they were trained.
Yeah, I think that a lot of knuckleheads, unfortunately, are attracted to that breed of
His
dog.
probing
And to
time.
me, when I see some wannabe gangster getting pulled down the Venice Beach by his pit bull, and I'm like, you feed that fucker, and he's pulling you down the, to me, that's not manly or strong at all. I think you got to train your dog. My dogs are the greatest, and they're
so
unbelievably
the myth of the pit.
I mean, he is right. You do have to train your dog, but there's still an element of danger when it comes to pit bulls. They are more likely to attack and stuff like that. Don't get me wrong. Go ahead.
I'm like agreeing with you, like the training is part of it, but I have seen so many videos also of people being like, oh no, my dog is like well trained, my dog is like, they've never hurt a fly, and then just something out of nowhere, it's just a snap and the pit bull turns, and it's like, don't get me wrong, I'm not necessarily blaming the dog. It's like it's that whole scorpion and the frog thing. When the scorpion said, take me across the river and I won't sting you, and the frog's like, okay, and then halfway across the river, the scorpion stings the frog, and the frog goes, why'd you do this? And the scorpion's like, I'm a scorpion. What'd you expect to happen? It's like, yeah, you can teach pit bulls, and pit bulls can be nice for sure. There are pit bulls that are nice. Usually they're named Kid Thrasher 42. But not Princess. If you're with a Princess pit bull, that's the one to look out for the most. But but no, dude, pit bulls were bred to fight. It is in their nature to fight, to go lock onto something, lock onto like a deer or prey or something, and hold it while you come and finish the job. Like it's you can train the dog as much as you want, but there will always be an element of it being like, oh, it just snaps and goes back to what it was built to do. So
yeah, primal. It goes back to that primal instinct of fucking shit up, and then they try to link it to like racism and stuff like that. I hate to say it, but when you have statistics and when you have the per capita and all that stuff, I understand. Don't get me wrong. Me being black, I understand why there are some people that look at me with caution, because it's like, unfortunately, with too many black folks do dumb shit, and now a lot of us have to pay for it.
Yeah,
so,
and it's like with you, like you said, it's like, and it's really, but it's also different. Like comparing it to racism is super weird, because it's like also humans have the free will to decide to do right and wrong, as opposed to, I would even give the pit bull almost more leeway in the way I'd be like, no, it's literally just, it's primal. It was built to do this. It's like being mad at a wolf for or a bear for like mauling you. It's like, no, it's literally designed. It's in its instinct to do this. It's not with people. It's different with the whole racism thing, or if the way he's explaining is, it's not even the racism. He's saying about the whole, he's describing the statistics as racism, but it's like, no, it's different with people, because people can decide what they want to do. They have free will. This dog does not have the free will. It's not being racist against the dog. It's going, oh, this pit bull was designed to thrash things, to attack things, to be a fighting dog. That is literally what is in its built to do.
Yep.
It doesn't decide. It doesn't choose.
Yep. It just does it. And in most cases, a lot of cases, they what's that one football player that got arrested for fighting dogs? In most cases, that's all they know. That's all you can't. Michael Vick, yeah. You can't rehabilitate those type of dogs, pit bull or not pit bull. Once they get that type of life, that's it. You unfortunately have to put them down. And that's why with most dogs, if they go if they go from sweet and innocent, next thing you know, they biting people, they only give them so many times. One time, okay, they might have been a mistake. 2 times, we might have to put you down.
Or it's like, it's one of those things where it's like, your dog well enough to know whether you should be having it around. Like if it has a little scare or something, like if it's been good for its whole life and then let's say maybe it starts losing its hearing or something like that, so it's getting more scared and more agitated more easily, you as the owner have to have the cognitive ability to know that, like, oh, I maybe need to stop bringing my dog around people because of this reason now, or else there could be the consequence of that. It's going to attack somebody and then I'm going to have to put it down, kind of thing. You know what I mean? So, because that's the same with my dog. My dog, I love her to death. She's sweet when she gets to know you, but if she doesn't know you, she can be nippy. She's very vocal. She's very anxious about it, and especially around other dogs and kids. So me and the Duchess, even though we'd love for her to be around, and we know that she's a nice dog with us, it's like we also know that she's not going to be nice to other people, and she's especially around kids and other dogs. So we try to have her, when we're walking her, we avoid other dogs, we avoid people, especially with kids, even though they want to come up and say hi to her. And when we have people come over to our house, we warn them before, and we're like, hey, one of the responsibilities we want you guys to know, if you come over to our house, just know our dog can be a little bit nippy. She's probably not going to break the skin or like grip onto you or anything like that, but she might nip at your ankles. So just know if you're going to come over, that could happen. So it's like, you know.
Yeah. And what's up, Pixel? Pixel's in a YouTube chat right now.
oh, hi Pixel, hello.
But yeah, then that's an unfair, like you mentioned earlier, that's an unfair comparison to when it comes to like racism and stuff like that. When, you know, like you mentioned, animals are, you know, that's within their nature. Humans, we have the ability to, you know, not make those, you know, not do those actions and stuff like that. So it's like, I don't know why you try to say that, oh, that's racism, no, that is a thing. And Journal said it's not just pits. Perennial breeds have genetic temperaments. Herd working breeds do not make good family dogs. They are not built for it. They're built for pack management and property defense, keeping livestock in check and not getting stuck inside for 10 hours a day. Yep. Now that's why I'm shocked Snow, you know, has the energy she has, because when that dog's outside, oh, she likes to have fun, but when she's inside, she's parked in one place. And no, I don't do the dog shocking thing. You don't have to do that necessarily. You don't have to place zip, zip. But yeah, I don't know, like, I get he feels for it because that's the type of animal that he has, but I think that was quite not a good take.
I think he's just going off of experience and emotion, which is funny coming from the Punisher and the guy in Walking Dead, who is he's always like, you know, the hard character. He's always the tough, hard character. But it's very emotional. It's like, cause me and the Duchess have discussed, I'm like, I would not mind having a pit bull, but I'd also accept, if I got a pit bull, I'd accept coming with it that I'm like, oh yeah, this thing has a nature of that it's built to attack herd livestock or like grab onto cows like legs and stuff like that and hold it in place. Like it is built for this. It's like the same as if I got a freaking like a retriever. It's like, I know I need to take it out to the park and throw the ball for it because it's built to retrieve. It is built to do that. It needs to fulfill its purpose or else it's going to act up. So, so it's like, it's not racism. It's not any of that. It's, you have to accept, at least with animals, not people. People can make the decision, but with animals, it's not like animal racism. It's you accept the nature of the animal. You accept the nature of nature, and either you have to take responsibility because you own that animal, or you don't own that animal.
Yeah, exactly. Because that's the first thing that happens. If your dog do something, it's on you. And I had a situation with one of my cousins. He almost had to put his dog down because his dog, you know, it was a sweetheart. You know, it's one of them big dogs where its paw is just as big as your fist. A real big dog. And one day, we don't know what happened. It just had it in him, and it attacked another dog. It got out the yard and ran and saw another dog and just attacked it. Luckily, the damage was minimum. You know, of course, he had to pay a vet bill, but it almost happened again. And when it almost happened again, he went ahead and took it to the pound.
Yeah.
Sometimes it just happens. When I used to work for FedEx, I'll never trust a dog owner. When they say about, oh, don't worry, he don't bite it. And I look at the dog, and the dog would look at me. It's like, yeah, believe her if you want to, mofo. Believe her if you want to. And it's like, no, I'm not. You can never fully trust your pet. There's been times where Snow shocked the hell out of me, and I'm thinking, she's cool, nothing gonna happen. And then one day she's barking at you, and it's like, hold up, wait a minute. She usually don't do that. What the hell?
Yeah,
you never know. And retrievers also hump a lot, and that's why I don't have males. I hate I hate male dogs, period, because yes, they like to hump, and I'm not going to go to bed, and then there's fluids on my pillow. I will hurt that dog. That's when I turn into a piker. Now, joke, Twitch and YouTube.
No, look, let's be real here. Shot collar wasn't the issue with Hassan Piker, just because we're going off on the tangent anyways. The shot collar to me wasn't the issue with Hassan Piker. I don't care if people use shot collars. I mean, if it's an effective way to train your dog, cool, whatever. The Duchess has considered it before with our dog just to make it more social. But the issue with the Hassan Piker thing was why he used it. He used it just to get her to sit in one spot for like 4 or 5 hours. Dogs aren't made to do that. You shouldn't punish a dog just for moving. You know what I mean? Like that was the issue, was that he was using a full force shot collar for something that shouldn't have even been a punishment in the first place.
Yeah, let the dog get up and stretch and walk around, and let it go get something to eat or get something to drink. That's happened plenty of times with Snow. Snow will be in her spot, and then she'll leave and go get something to eat. Sometimes she comes back, sometimes she don't. I don't make her come through. There's been times where people did a redeem and Snow was in the other room. And, I go give her a head pass, and, female chihuahuas hump too. Oh, Lord. Oh, Lord. Well, it looks like I'm not getting a female chihuahua.
I was going to tell you, I was going to let you know, well, there's no cleanup afterwards, but our dog, Beans, as we call her, she sometimes when you're petting her, she'll get a little too excited and start humping too. But you just smack her butt and she stops, or you like stop petting her and you go hey, and she stops. So it's not just a male dog thing. It's just when they get too excited, sometimes that's just a thing they do for some reason.
Oh god, yeah, because Snow humped another. It was a male dog, and of course, my buddy thought he was slick in trying to get his husky to breed with mine. And I know Snow never lets another dog mount her, and this was the one time I seen it, because he was really trying to get her, so she got annoyed, and she pretended to let him mount, and as soon as he got up, she sat down, rushed out, got behind him and started humping the crap out of him. I was like, holy fucking crap. I'm like,
well, that's a dominance thing.
Yeah, she was.
That's a her being like, no, I'm gonna be the dominant dog here. You're not doing that to me.
And yeah, she was giving that dog back shots. I was like, I swear to God. I'm like, I know she's a girl dog, right? Like I was so confused, because like how you said they will hump. No, she was giving that male dog straight back shots. Like, she meant every last hump. Every last time her body connected with his, she meant that shit. I was like, God damn. She reversed the mating.
That was definitely a dominance. That was like a no, you're not, like, no, I'm the power. It was a power move. It wasn't a I'm horny move. It was a power move.
Yeah. So yeah, those is one of those moments. So, but yeah, no, but I know more male dogs do it than female dogs. Like, I hope and pray Snow ain't humping. You hump one of my pillows? Man, she over there passed out. But yeah, I don't know, this guy. I don't know. I get it. He feels some type of way about it, but nah, that's not the best take, buddy. It's
yeah, that's the Man, the more disappointing part for me is that it's a guy who I see as like, I like the characters he's acted as a lot of the time, but it's the same as that Reacher dude, like that Reacher guy, like that show was cool to me. I was getting into the first season, and then I watched him talk about stuff, and I was like, nope, okay, I'm out. I can't see it the same way anymore.
Didn't he try to go off on Trump or something like that? Let me see.
Yeah. No, he's full like lefty, like Mark Ruffalo type dude IRL, even though in Reacher he's, this big, he's what you would consider like the big masculine conservative type of guy. So
let me see. Yeah, because I heard about that interview. No, this is over a year ago. Was that 6 days ago? Did this happen 6 days ago? Oh no, this
no, that was a long time ago. But
okay, no, this one he goes off. So here we go. Let me.
As you well know, there are a lot of actors that.
Let me bring that up right quick. Move it over. I think it's this one. Let me share the screen with you. I think it's this one right here. If not, Yellow Flash definitely has it.
That are afraid to kind of like speak their mind and kind of like.
I don't give a shit. I told you, I'm missing that gene, dude. I need that because it's honestly, everybody's scared around me for what I'm going to say. Everybody's scared. My publicist right now is like, I say she's like biting her nails. Her nails she bites her nails down to the cuticles. They're just tiny little cuticles left. And she's like, what is this idiot going to do? I just have to. She actually showed me her beautiful nails right now. It's like people I think are a little bit afraid of me because they're like, he's a loose cannon, and I'm not. I'm just saying the shit that everybody should say if they give a shit about humanity, And why am I the exception to the rule, bitch? Everybody else speak up. You are all feeling the same thing, you idiots. Like get loud and stop like kowtowing to the wrong people. Stop bowing down to people that like have power. You got power too, man. And power in numbers, dude. You know what happened if like everybody felt like me? Everybody felt. I gotta be careful. I left Daxter. I just did armchair expert.
Says I'm not a loose cannon. Proceeds to be a loose cannon.
So. Yeah, and is saying like if you guys were just brave and said what you wanted, like if you could stand up, you have power too, all that kind of stuff. It's like, but maybe we've been in an echo chamber. I don't know. I don't think we have, but it's like, no, your side has been the one that's been the most vocal for like the last 10 years, dude. Like,
and the most actionable too.
Yeah. Like what? Like, no, from what I've seen, it's the right wingers and stuff that were being suppressed, that didn't have any power, that weren't saying anything, that were just like, oh, it'll get better. We just got to vote it or whatever. Now those ones are the ones that are speaking up, the conservatives, the Christians, all those people. And it's like the left leaning people still have a spot at the table. They can still speak, but it's just more people calling them out and being like, when they have, not like Nienis, who considers herself, or Shu, who can come to the table and meet in the middle kind of people, but left-leaning people who are outspoken and actionable in the extreme and can't come to the middle and go like, if you're any further left than like Hillary Clinton, you're a Nazi kind of people. Those kind of people those are the ones that are now the more right-leaning centrist maybe people are the ones standing up to them and going like, no, you're stupid, you're being dumb. And then I guess those people, he's saying that they're getting silenced, but I don't think they are. I think they're being silenced by themselves because they're scared now because they're like, oh shit, I'm being called on my opinion. And people are and they're not gonna just sit there and take it. Oh no, I can't say anything now because someone will give me a slight amount of pushback.
Yep. And it's and then how dare you challenge my opinions too? It's not like, it's like, buddy, people, if you go out and say something, even if you're saying something right, there's still going to be somebody that's going to challenge your opinion. That's what's called devil's advocate. Well, let me play devil's advocate right quick, and I'm going to challenge that. So, but yeah, let's see.
Dax Shepard, I went on a goddamn rant that I left I was like, that's just not. man, it's just not me. I shouldn't say those things because people are going to start to get like, he's scary.
No.
But I just like, dude, he goes, I love Dex. I
Why
had
are his
the
shoes
best time on
untied?
the show. And he goes,
That's what these hip actors like to do. Bro, I can you can afford. I'm so rich that I don't even need to tie my shoes, bro. You mean you tie your shoes, you pleb?
maybe you should let go of that stuff. And I'm like, let go. I was like, everybody else should have it. Everybody else should feel like I feel.
The world is on fire.
And the world, mad about the way things are and the abuses that are happening. The Epstein files. The fucking Epstein files. God damn it. Where are they? It's a fucking law, bitch. Show it. You fucking pedophiles. I shouldn't say fuck because I'm a Christian and people are going to be like, how can you say fuck and he's a Christian? Because that is something that should make you want to say fuck. Sorry, God, I'm sweating now. This is my fucking politics, dude.
I mean, he's right to express how the way he's expressing it, but bruh, buddy, come, you at like a 12. I'm gonna need you to take it to an 8. As I said, he says he's not a loose.
This wasn't this.
It wasn't this,
but he is a loose cannon. Yeah. I mean, maybe it wasn't this. It was definitely something more where he was like, it was basically an all against Trump, all that stuff. And it's like, don't get me wrong, I'm not the hugest Trump fan either. I know he's done stuff that I don't like. I can constantly criticize him, but the way he was doing is that he's like just totally a left leaning guy. So, and then it was like, if you don't agree, then I don't like you. It's just very weird to see it from, again, actors who do these roles. Honestly, it's the same as like Arnold Schwarzenegger. When Arnold Schwarzenegger was the governor of California, he's the one who made it so we can't own 50 cals here. It's like, dude,
man.
you're in all these movies, these action movies, shooting all these guns and stuff like that. I don't think he even owns guns and stuff. And then he took 50 caliber anything away from all like we're just not allowed to own that caliber of weapon in California anymore. So,
wow, that's ridiculous.
Very weird.
It's very like somebody's gonna go on a shooting spree with a 50. Like most people, you can't even hold that damn thing. The kick on that 50 is crazy. So yeah, I don't think you're gonna go on a shooting spree with a 50 cal. That's wild.
Well, his idea, it's the same as the whole automatic weapon thing. It's like it's that whole government overreach where they're like, yeah, but who really needs you don't need a 50 cal for hunting and blah, blah, blah. And you go, yeah, that's not the point. The point is it's the right to bear arms. You can have whatever the military has kind of thing. You can have a cannon. You can own a cannon if you want to, or you should be able to. Since we're getting close to the end here, I wanted to actually throw this one at you.
Thank you for the follow so long.
So you can promote so you can promote this because it's you, Jigs, and Rock. I always say he's Ram, but he has the other name that he goes by.
Yeah.
What's his other name?
Oh, Rebel Ram. Star Rider.
Star Rider. Yeah, I always call him Rebel. But I wanted to throw this up here. This is from Churro Man. I think this is an entry into your guys' thing. We can end on this on a nice positive note here.
Oh, sure. Yeah, let's go.
And promote it. If you guys don't know and you guys want to try out Sono, what is it?
Suno
to make some music. Spydr, Jigs, and Star Rider are doing a contest. You could win $100 if you make you got to make one in the style of what's it called, boom back, right? It's MF Doom.
Back.
It's MF Doom style.
Yeah, this actually is a pretty good one. So let me reverse it, and yeah, let's end it on this.
OG in the shit. Don't know me, get a grip. No sympathy for those that hope to slowly benefit. I've been underground so long, the growth is imminent. Grew up on the violence, no surprise that I'm killing shit. I'm a filthy bastard. Fear is not a factor. I ain't Joe Rogan, bitch. We run your jewels and kill your masters. Pray to the Father, the Holy Spirit. Pray to your pastor. I hope you're right and every spirit is saved in the after. But if you're wrong, ain't nothing coming to sway the disaster. Raised on the doom, so when it comes to this page, I'm a master. I've been doing this for 470 weeks. I'm feeling incomplete and probably will till I'm resting in peace. Empires fall hard, kings get dethroned. Skin to bone, they'll eat you up, let it be known. Don't fall for it, call me Admiral Akbar. It ain't about the money, fuck you think that I rap for? Not for grubby fingers dipping in the lion's share. But if it's me, trucks, we bucking heaters in the air.
You know, you can keep it going in the background, but
the 50 drunken people. I ain't in the
Sona and like AI music. A lot of the times I've listened to a few of them and I'm like, it's pretty good, it's getting there, like it, but it's not quite there yet. I always hear a lot of stuff with cadence and like rhythm in the lyric. It's the lyrical part of it, not necessarily the instrumental parts of it. So I will say for Churro Boy over here that this one, the lyrics even it all flows together. It almost like you could pass this off as like a real person doing this. So pretty good.
Yeah, it's super good. Yeah.
Every bar a brick, every brick a different kind of time. You want a mentor? I don't mentor parasites. I burn the bridge, salt the earth, and write about the afterlife. This bastard's right, don't question the process. Lots to digest when evil's up on your conscience. Pure artist, stamped on the certificate of the craft. Been at it so long, I'm starting to lose track. Kings get skin when they sleep on the peasants with pens. Akbar in the booth, it's a trap if you let them in. I don't need the club, don't need the bottle, don't need the fame. Just a dusty loop with the mic and the reason to aim. The seasons will change, no reason to cry.
And all the lyrics work together too. They're not like, it's not like just random words. It's because some of the Sono stuff, Suna, whatever.
Suno.
I sound like a boomer.
It's all good.
Some of that stuff, like they'll work in lyrics and it's like it's not very attached, as you know, like they kind of are random and stuff. This is all, I don't know how Chica ended up working this together, how he prompted it, but all the lyrics match. Like it all flows, it all works. They're all connected. They all make sense. Some of the other ones I've heard, it's like just throwing in random words in certain places.
Now, I know how you do it. You can actually have either ChatGPT or Grok do it, and what you do is you can go over the lyrics yourself and change it out, or you can, have one AI do and fix the other AI mistakes. What I like to do when I made my few songs with actual lyrics, I'll go back and look at the words and make sure they match, or do this and do that. Take this word out, put this word in, and then redo it, and then I put it in Sono. But I just like making more beats. It's a lot easier than going through and making actual lyrical songs and stuff. But it's good. And I think he said he actually sampled his voice too and put it in Suno and had it changed a little bit. So part of this is actually is his voice as well.
Nice. Yeah.
It's crazy.
So if you guys wanna get in on that, that's you wanna talk about it because you know more than I do. So
essentially, like what you mentioned earlier, is a contest to make music in the beat. Let me go back to what Jigs had said, because I asked him the same thing, like, hey, what are the rules and stuff like that. And thank you for doing that, so I can actually bring up the rules and stuff. Let me go up. I went right past it. Okay, so it has to be boom bap rap. It can be about anything, so it doesn't have to be about, because I know a lot of homies did the whole people going against anti-AI and all that stuff. But no, the main focus is it has to be boom bap rap, and it can be about anything, and pretty much that's it. A lot of people think you have to use Sono. You really don't. As long as you just bring the music, and it's pretty much that. That's it. And I wish Jigs probably had jumped off because I was like, I know he was doing he was here earlier, so he could have been better at said it. But this is what I'm reading from because I asked him what are the rules. So pretty much it just has to be boom bap rap, and it can be about anything. So it don't have to be anti-AI. It doesn't have to be about this. It has to be about that. You can, because I know Ruby did a little bit of Christianity with it, and I know one person he did like Christian gospel, and I know the recent person. Can I just like I said, it's easier for me to do it on my own, but like I said, I ain't trying to really show anything. So let's see Jigs. Let's go. And wait, because Jigs likes to post some stuff. Now that I think about it, let me try.
Yeah. You don't want I'll bring it out. I'll bring out the bat. Although, Jig, see you'll kind of accept it and be like, yeah, I get it. I shouldn't probably be. Jigs will just fight me on it. Jigs a bit just like, nah, fuck you. I'm putting this in yourself.
But this guy, he actually did a good job too. Not to cut off. What's his name?
No, just put just show like 2 or 3 little pieces of it. It's that's Chica, Chiari.
All right, yeah, we could do a few seconds because it is
man.
one.
Yeah, just sample a couple of them for a little bit.
Okay, so this is the one that Ruby Zephyr did. Oh.
Let the record show. Not faith, not one race. Corrupt power wearing God's
I thought I was following.
Run it, the letter, the law. Where is the king? Where is the king?
Right, all right.
Mm-hmm.
Rose pressed gold thread, cold steps through the temple. Quoted Moses every morning, but their hearts weren't gentle. Held the sacred scroll high, never cared for the soul. Had religion in their hands, but corruption took control. Guarded every Sabbath while the broken stayed bent. Jesus made the man stand, they investigated the event. Lazarus walked out while they whispered in a room. Saw a man escape the grave and started planning Jesus' tomb. Tables hit the...
All right, we'll do like a minute of each one. And we already...
Sick.
Mm-hmm. And this is one Jigs just put out because I know you was asking a question. So this one Jigs just put out. I really like this one. Oh, Feeble Mind did one? Oh, crap. Okay.
Screen never sleeps. Forgot the blinking. Tracks the timeline. Wake up to the feed already full of venom. Same old arguments recycled, nobody remember. Whatever you post, somebody ready to attack. Type the softest take and they still come back. Twitter never happy, always looking for a fight. Scroll past the sunrise, still stuck in the night. Dopamine drip from the hate, I keep taking hits. Every notification, another reason to quit. But the thumb won't stop, endless blue and white. Absorbing all the noise till my mind lose light. Can't change a single mind, they already decided. Yelling to the void while the truth get divided.
Does Sona do the levels thing, like the sound levels thing for the video, or did he have to do that himself in something else?
I don't know because I just make the beats. I never went and explored other. I think they do give you things where you can do the cover
animation options. Yeah,
do the animation. But I never played with it, so that's a great question. I asked him more. Oh, but let's go back to Feeble Mindset.
Don't write shit, just right click. Let's go. Don't write shit. Just. Open the app, With empty fucking hands, type 3 sad words like that count as a plan. No notebook, blood, no draft in the trash. Just make it hard and pray for a smash. You paste the prompt like you paid for the craft. Hit generate proud, that's a bitch ass laugh. Barcode sold with the plastic ass crown. Still the drip, still the slang and paraded around. You didn't build the booth, didn't build the block, didn't build the culture. You shoplift the shop, cop a whole community. You never put work in and talk that we shit like you earned the burden. Fuck your low effort throne, fuck your trend of the week. You remix a meme and act like you speak. I write for real, you ran a machine. Uncreated motherfucker with a stolen routine. The prompt paste, stole the whole.
Yeah, they actually went good.
All right.
All right, let's do this one.
All right. You guys got some competition for sure.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Sigma Novas. Storm singer with a different kind of instrument. You don't have to like
You
the
see,
method,
you can
but quit pretending
edit
you
the
own the music.
lyrics right here.
Check it. They see too late, start clutching their pearls like a brand new tool, gonna ruin their world. Typing angry little sermons with a righteous face, while the rest of us create and keep setting the pace. That's not real music, man. Who made you king? Did you forge every wire? Did you carve every string? Did you build that distortion, that compressor, that mic, or use 100 years of tools to make the sound that you like? I bring the vision, every scar, every line, every sleepless night and storm trapped inside of my mind. The machine ain't got a heartbreak, it ain't lived through the pain. I'm the one who gives direction, puts the soul in the frame. So quit yelling soulless from your algorithm feed while you farm angry clicks for attention.
See, you have somebody actually singing instead of rapping, which I like that. Yeah, a lot of these came. Okay, this came yesterday. Oh man, I heard his, but I didn't hear his.
My question, I have a question too. So what if you said with Chica, with Churro Boy, the whole putting his voice through the AI and having it sing part of it. What if, so does it have to be full AI, or what if someone wanted to like sing the vocal parts or do the rapping for the vocal parts with their actual voice and just keep the instrumentals behind it? Do you think that's allowed?
No, it's as long as I think the rules is I think it could be any method. I don't even think I might need to ask him to see if it has to be AI. I think as long as it's AI, it don't matter as long as you make the song. So I mean, if somebody can put a real one into it, I mean, like somebody went through and made a beat and they was able to get it within August 10th, I think that would be cool too. But I don't know. I have to ask Jigs about that part. But no, as long as you make it with Suno or any type of with C-Dance or Grok or whatever, as long as you can get the song out there, it don't matter how you do it. And like he actually used his voice too as a sample.
Yep.
Whatever you do. All right.
Head in the game. Head in the game. Yeah. Head in the game. Yeah. Patrolling down the street again. I scan it. Vision locked in. Senses wide side to side. Shadows creeping. Rooftop leaking. Staggered. Gear heavy. Life on the line. Hard on time. Push on through ghosts in the rope. Mission focus. Ready to blow. Here we go. Sweat dripping. Sound tripping. Boots pounding on the concrete. Heat shimmer rising. Hallucinating. Focus up.
This is a little bit more like a Tech 9 type.
Head in the game, nothing's ever the same. Moving through lit rain. Lost in the pain. No shame, no shame. Head in the game.
Oh God, these guys are making it so fucking difficult for me, bro. These are bangers. Hear his song too.
Yo, cook this in a week.
Okay. Now this, see, A lot of the stuff sounded kind of similar. Now this one's a little bit different. I like that it's a little bit unique from the other ones.
Knock you flat on your back, though I'm a old geezer. Bring a girl to my flat, she gon' let me please her. She got a great rack, can't wait to squeeze her. Roll deep with the cane, still the neighborhood leader. Diamonds in my grand shine colder than a freezer. Don't need blue pills, I just sip the elixir. Wake up feeling 20, call it liquid procedure. Yeah, got a new car, big black Mercedes. Arm out the window, wave to the ladies. If I weren't so old, I'd give them babies. So much drip, I'll flood the Euphrates. Fresh pair of kicks, still pounding the pavement. Pension check hit, now I'm making a payment. Young bucks talk loud, but they lack entertainment. I've been cracking these jokes since the Sega was ancient. Gray in the beard, but the spark's still lit.
All right.
A little like Most Def. The voice is kind of meh for you. I think was it on the last one or the one before that? Sorry, Donnie. I'm just now seeing your. And then you appreciate that rap that doesn't overuse the N word. Oh yeah. And then we have.
Well, I don't know if the AI would even let you use that.
Yeah, you might be right.
Look. They don't want to talk it out. They want you scared enough to shut up.
Okay. Again, good because it's different. Like a lot of them were getting into that same area now that's standing out a little bit.
Yeah.
Come for your job, your friends, even family treat guilt by association. Yeah, that's the whole thing. The Quangos don't talk, they just run the same play. Script in the mouth, drag you into the fray.
Oh, the last one had met. Okay, bet.
They don't want to combo, they want you converted. Preach like it's tennis, but the tone is deserted. They swarm in the comments, they swarm in the DMs. Moral on camera knives under the lens. Pressure gets heavy when your name's on a wire. One screenshot drops in the feed at the fire. So either you stand or you hide in the dark. I'd rather light it up and kneel to the mark. You better burn that script when the second.
Yeah, seeing it.
Nice.
Right when
all right.
I think. Oh, what the heck? Okay,
One
this.
more,
Okay, so
one
this is
more.
the last one. All right. I'm about to say no way in hell did she. I'm about to say if she dropped one, bro. Holy shit. And Carrie can rap in the Linkin Park style. Okay.
Not all who wander are lost. Not all who wander are lost. I move different. They pay the cost. Crow in the mist, never get crossed. Straight line path while they get tossed. Not all who wander are lost. Black silhouette over the city at night. They stuck in a cycle. I stay in flight. Talk about change, but they don't take the risk. Same four corners, same old conflict. I cut through the fog with the clear intent. No detours, no doubts, no time poorly spent. Black water running quiet and cold. I follow the current, they stay in control. Not all who wander are lost. I move different, they pay the cost. Crow.
Okay, so far so good. I hate to give it only a minute, but I do value Dutch's time, and I know I ain't trying to take away from the Duchess, because it won't be him bringing the Iron Duchess at me, it'll be her. So
Yep.
we'll go ahead and end it right there. Thank you. Oh, well, before we end it, something that me and Jiz like to do. So at the end of the show, Dutch, is there any advice that you would love to give Chad? It don't have to be something like super metaphoric or super. It could be from the smallest thing to like the largest thing. What would you? What advice do you have for Chad?
Well, I guess just the first thing would be obviously returning to Christ. I know that's not. I know a lot of people are going to be like, whatever. But that's the first thing. I think. I know that manifests itself in different ways for different people. It wasn't the first thing for me, I guess. Technically, I mean, like yes and no. But the self-improvement is what brought me back. Always looking for like to Christ. It's what brought me back to Christ. And always looking to better inform yourself, all that kind of stuff. So I guess as far as like advice is to don't give up. There is hope out there. There are people who care about you. There are people who are trying to help you. God cares about you. God loves you, even though you may not hear him, you may not see him, you may not feel him. Me as a Christian, as someone who a lot of people say, I don't say this myself. I'm saying, I don't say this myself. A lot of people are saying it. I'm not saying it. A lot of people are though. That they're like, oh, you must be really close with God because you're so devout. You always talk about God, all that stuff. It's like, dude, no, I don't feel God on a regular basis, anything like that. But that's what faith is all about, is believing even when you can't. Again, even biblically, Jesus says, blessed are those who haven't seen and still believe. So just know that even in life, I think you will find people out there, even in a small capacity, whether it's online or in real life, who do care about you. They can't do everything. They can't be there for you all the time, but they do care about you. There are people out there who want the best for you, who love you, even if it's tough, in a platonic way, obviously. So I guess my advice is just don't give up and keep looking for the people out there who want you to do better, who want better for you, and who actually care about you. And try to eliminate as much toxicity and drama from your life as possible. It might seem fun. It might seem like that's the way to get popular and stuff like that. But realistically, from what I've seen, your life is a lot better, as even Yana says, when you don't let especially online drama and stuff like that rule your whole life, when you can go outside and do other things and find your value in real tangible stuff. So I guess that's my advice.
Nice. And thank you for your advice, man. Thank you for coming up on the show. Hella W's. It was a great show. It was a great conversation. We talked about a little bit of this, a little bit of that, and then we dove, a little bit deep into religion and Christianity, and it wasn't like the overzealous or like, the Bible. You actually, brought it down from a chill bro take, and I definitely appreciate that, because that's the type of things that when I talk to Christians or anybody with religion, I like people who are more chill about it. It's like, hey, we're just having a conversation. I'm not trying to, put the Bible in your face and try to, convert you and stuff like that. And in my opinion, that's one of the best ways to get people to, start considering religion. Is like, hey, let's just have the conversation. You take from it what you take from it, and yeah, I'm just gonna plant the seed. It's on you to water it, essentially. So thank you for doing that, in that sense, and thank you for your advice, man. All right. So that's gonna be the end of this stream, where I am gonna have another stream with another guest. That guest is good, and the guest had popped in for a little bit. I'm gonna let that be a surprise. So it's gonna be like in an hour or two. So for Twitch, we're gonna go ahead and raid out. Thank you. It was great having you guys. Okay, so
yeah, thanks for stopping in, guys. Thanks for hearing me out. I know a lot of people think of it as preachy or whatever, but it's I would ask that you humbly think about it in the way of Christians, which is that we want people to go to heaven. We love them as brothers and sisters, and we're not trying to be annoying or anything like that. It's obvious. Bro, for us, it's your soul at stake. That's why I talk about it all the time, is because I want to see my friends and family in heaven. So.
Yes, sir. Man, yeah. I mean, those are the glory gates, and that's for eternal peace and all that. And who doesn't want that, especially for their loved ones? I mean, if I'm not religious myself, but choose between peace and damnation, I pick peace. And so, speaking of, we're gonna go ahead and rate Celeste on Twitch. Yeah, she's doing some reacts. It was showing her going over what angry fireman or something like that, or no, the fat electrician. And for Kick, we're gonna go ahead and raid. We're gonna go ahead and raid Kirsche. We're gonna go ahead and raid. So you got a little bit of both. You got Celeste and you got Kirsche, and she's in the Korsha form. So go in, have fun. Do not the Korsha, and yeah, I'll catch you guys later. And thanks again. Catch you later.
Have a great one. Happy Sunday. Enjoy.